never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has reportedly sent Iran a new framework for a peace deal with tougher terms and says there is no rush to reach the agreement, calling for a good deal. He appeared on Fox News.
They're very tough negotiators. It takes a long time. I'm in no hurry. I'd like to say I'm in a hurry because, gasoline prices are going to come tumbling down. But if you're going to be in a hurry, you're not going to make a good deal.
Iran says they will not accept any deal unless it fully protects the rights of the Iranian people, signaling continued resistance to U.S. demands. Israeli troops have captured the strategic Beaufort Castle overlooking southern Lebanon after days of fighting and airstrikes against Hezbollah. The advance marks Israel's deepest incursion into Lebanon in more than 25 years as the direct talks between Israel and Lebanon continue in Washington. President Trump is pulling his endorsement of Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace.
Nancy Mace is running as a Republican for governor of South Carolina, but on Friday, Trump endorsed her opponent, Lieutenant Governor Pam Yvette, saying she will never let you down. Responding on social media Friday night, Mace suggests Trump pulled his endorsement of her because she'd advocated for the release of the Epstein files. Going on to say, if sacrificing my values is the price of an endorsement, Mace writes, I will never pay it. The state's primary is set for June 9th. I'm Scott Carr.
Passengers arriving in the U.S. from several nations affected by the Ebola outbreak must now enter through one of 4 designated airports.
Washington Dulles, Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta, Houston's George Bush Intercontinental, and New York's JFK will screen all passengers who have traveled to South Sudan, Uganda, or the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Stephanie Gosk reports there will be enhanced Ebola screenings at those airports. Health officials say researchers are still months away at earliest from clinical trials for a vaccine. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
An Illinois official has been charged in mail ballot fraud.
An Illinois Democratic alderwoman is facing charges after prosecutors allege she submitted her deceased mother's vote by mail ballot during a primary election, a ballot that was ultimately flagged and never counted. Election officials say their systems detected the issue through routine verification processes. Republican leaders are calling for her resignation, while election integrity advocates say the case underscores the importance of maintaining accurate voter rolls and ballot safeguards. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Maine Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner is facing scrutiny after reports of past extramarital sexting surfaced during the campaign. Plattner's wife, Amy Gertner, has defended her husband, saying the couple went to counseling and their marriage is now stronger than ever. The mayor of Newark, New Jersey, is imposing an overnight curfew around a New Jersey immigration center after days of clashes between protesters and police.
Mayor Ras Baraka put out the order, saying he wanted to ensure the safety and well-being of all residents. Now, this mandatory curfew covers a half-mile area around the Delaney Hall Federal Detention Center from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. until further notice. It comes after Governor Sherrill blamed agitators from out of state for the protest violence outside the facility. The governor also doubled down on sending state police, saying it was needed to avoid things getting further out of hand with ICE agents. I'm Levon Putney.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
All righty then, check 1, 2. Sound check good. And away we go. What do you say? Yeah, just like that, another weekend in the books. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. And looky there, according to the calendar, we're into the month of June. Trust you had a good weekend. From time zone to time zone, we'll do the same. Make our way into the first day of June here in 2026. Wow, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Here we are, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios on a clear night outside the secret bunker. Yeah, the moon overhead shining bright. Still looking full, but technically the day after. By the way, that was a blue moon. We wrapped up over the weekend, second in the month of May. So we'll look forward to the strawberry moon here later in June. I got a quiet night outside the secret bunker. The overall big picture, not seeing a whole lot of severe weather at this hour. It's been a pretty active weekend. The bulk of it is beginning to die down. Still have some stronger storms, though, packing a bit of a punch in eastern portions of central Kansas, east central, and a couple of strong cells there in north central Oklahoma. Got the severe thunderstorm watch boxes for eastern Kansas, stretching over into west central and central Missouri tonight. Yeah, looking at the radar, kind of zoom it in here. Let's take a look closer. It's right about Emporia, Kansas, where we're seeing some of those stronger cells. Got another thunderstorm cluster back southeast of Salina, Kansas. Now, from there, you kind of zoom out. Some showers, thunderstorms in northwestern Iowa. Lighter rain, nothing severe, stretching from Minneapolis on up to Fargo, North Dakota. A few thunderstorms in south central North Dakota. It's a soggy night in much of the northern half of Montana. Showers from Missoula, Montana to Great Falls, down toward Billings, Montana as well. So let's take a look at our travelers' weather. We do see some spotty showers in the southeast. You might encounter a shower in and around the Atlanta area. Some rains mostly just north between Atlanta and Chattanooga at this hour. Indeed, it has been a wet weekend across the central states. We kind of kick off the new week with that same pattern. Forecasters warn additional storms are going to be brewing in a similar zone early into the new week here. More waves of rain and moisture-laden thunderstorms soaking areas from eastern Montana, the Dakotas, to as far south as Texas and Oklahoma. There will be a separate risk of some stronger storms deeper into the southeast here as we get the new week underway Monday. An increased risk for flooding, according to AccuWeather. Repeat downpours may be accompanied by a threat for severe thunderstorms across much of the Tennessee and portions of the Mississippi Valley here for Monday. Nashville to Memphis could be threatened by hail and some damaging winds later in the afternoon and evening. That could make for a slow commute home on Monday evening. A large sector of northern Arkansas into Tennessee right now facing drought conditions, still ranging from moderate to exceptional, a zone that could use some rainfall. Rapid runoff due to the dry soil could initially exacerbate the risk of flash flooding there. For Tuesday, as yet another feature plunges into the north-central sections of the country Tuesday and Tuesday night, could produce another round of active thunderstorms and even some additional flooding. Looks like a renewed threat for severe weather occurs across the plains later Tuesday into Tuesday night, as some pretty vigorous storms are going to be moving eastward from the northern Rockies toward the Dakotas. That storm, coupled with some unstable air, is going to set the stage for clusters of severe thunderstorms across that region. Greatest risk will be across the western Dakotas, the Black Hills, around Rapid City, and northward toward Minot and Williston. Those downpours will reduce visibility. Large hail and damaging winds could be threat once again to motorists and truckers for Tuesday afternoon and evening. Travel along Interstate 90 and 94. Those storms may continue into Tuesday night. That can be particularly dangerous. So given the multiple hazards expected over the first couple of days of the new week, be able to have multiple ways of receiving your severe weather warnings, especially during the nighttime hours. As additional storms trek across the central U.S. into midweek, there will be more chances for stronger severe storms. Wednesday afternoon through the evening hours, we may be focusing on the Dakotas and Minnesota, southward into western Kansas. Hail, downpours, and locally gusty winds again, the primary threats there. So after a weekend of rather wet weather for our friends in the New England area, dry weather is slated to return this week. Meanwhile, the stretch of dry weather will persist throughout much of the week across the mid-Atlantic and the interior Northeast, right on the heels of a storm that brought some raw, damp weather to much of New England to start off the weekend. Another storm's going to drop out of Canada, keeping those cooler conditions in place. As the storm moves through the region, we'll see some showers spreading from parts of eastern Ontario and Quebec into much of New England. Could see a small corridor of thunderstorms. The stretch of dry air and reduced humidity that many across the Great Lakes and Mid-Atlantic enjoyed over the weekend should persist through much of the week ahead. High pressure is going to be in control. Dry weather will extend into New England starting Tuesday. May continue through much of the week ahead here. While many will take advantage of the dry spell, spend some time outdoors, it can impact the drought conditions across the mid-Atlantic. While short-term drought has been eased or erased across the mid-Atlantic thanks to the rain we saw through the Memorial Day weekend and in the middle of last week, dry conditions here through early June could quickly dry out that top layer of soil. If that drier weather largely persists into the middle of June, we could again see some short-term flash drought returning. Forecasters are monitoring a storm that's going to be swirling offshore near the Carolinas come about midweek, which could bring the next chance of rain across coastal locations in parts of the Carolinas. Big factor in how much rain occurs going to depend on how close that storm comes to the coast. If it stays further east away from the coast, most folks will stay dry. If it does meander a bit closer, then obviously more rain could be coming your way. Any rain would be welcome for many people in this corridor as severe drought continues to persist there. This area would actually need multiple inches of rain to see any notable improvement with the long-term drought conditions there. Now, of course, along with the potential rainfall, the storm could also bring some coastal hazards to much of the mid-Atlantic and the southeast coast. Like the potential rainfall, the proximity to the coast is going to play a big factor in how much coastal flooding might occur. Regardless, there's going to be rough surf and rip current concerns as a lot of folks start flocking to the beaches for summer vacation. Pay attention to the rip current warning signs. Only swim in areas where lifeguards are on duty. Meanwhile, as the week progresses, a warming trend is expected later this week into next weekend. Temperatures are going to be rising from 5 to 15 degrees above historical average here for early June. In other words, maybe a little more summer-like. Some of the major metros will climb into the 80s by Thursday or Friday, including Philadelphia, New York City, down to Washington, D.C. There's a few areas in the mid-Atlantic region that may even approach the 90-degree mark by the time we get toward next weekend there. Of course, as we progress into the month of June, summer will officially be arriving here in a few short weeks. So again, trust you had a good weekend. Great to have you on board as we kick off another week, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Alrighty, so we got some racing after midnight. Kind of a late night there at Nashville Super Speedway in Tennessee. But indeed, in the closing laps, it's like under caution right now with like soon to be six laps to go. See, why are we racing after midnight? Yeah, they had some rain that delayed the start of the race. I believe about in 80 minutes, so nearly an hour and a half delay. I think they didn't get the race underway till closer to 7:30 Central Time there in Nashville. But as we look at the current breakdown, I'm not sure how far behind the dashboard update from NASCAR's website is, but currently Christopher Bell is the leader. Chase Briscoe, followed by Zane Smith, then Denny Hamlin. Yeah, let's see. Denny actually has led the most laps. He's led 56 laps this evening thus far. So it's going to be kind of a shootout to the finish at the mile and a half there in Nashville Super Speedway. Who's it going to be? Wow. Coming down to the wire. And as I kind of scroll down through the rest of the top 10, surprise, surprise, once again, we see our road course specialist, Shane Van Gisbergen. He's in the top 10, setting at number 6 at the moment. Again, with just those handful of laps left to go. So good to have you on board. Round the country, 844-844-3388. So here we are into the month of June. Yeah, how about it? June has the shortest night of the year, of course, across the northern hemisphere. But here in the month of June, we'll still see some easy-to-see astronomical events, of course, along with some warmer nights for stargazing, from an impressive gathering of planets to the first full moon of the summer. We'll break down some of the top night sky events coming our way here in the new month. The most eye-catching planetary gathering a month unfolds mid-June when we'll have Mercury, Jupiter, and Venus clustered low in the western sky after sunset. The crescent moon will join the planets for a 3-night event, June 16th through the 18th, when the moon kind of aligns with that trio of planets. Venus and Jupiter will be especially prominent. Mercury will be much tougher to spot because it sits lower and shines less brightly. But those planets will remain visible into late June. Jupiter and Mercury become harder to spot as they'll sink lower in the evening twilight. Of course, the arrival of summertime, astronomical summer, will kick off coming up Father's Day weekend, the new season starting on the solstice at 4:24 a.m. Eastern Time on Sunday, June the 21st this year. Father's Day. So, of course, in the Northern Hemisphere, that marks the longest day and shortest night of the year, when the sun's most direct rays are over the Tropic of Cancer. South of the equator, of course, the June solstice marks the start of their astronomical winter and the shortest day of the year for 2026. All right, just kind of keeping an eye on the board. Looks like they're back underway here in the final laps at Nashville Superspeedway. Where are we at? Like 3 laps to go? Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin battling it out for the lead there. Bell holding the lead at the moment there. I know our 2-time world champion bull hauler, Mr. Lauren Weiss, is probably glued to the tube at this hour, pulling for his favorite driver, none other than number 11, Denny. All right, good luck, guys. We'll keep an eye on things here. They'll be wrapping up momentarily. So a late night at Nashville Superspeedway. It looks like they had a pretty good crowd. I do know qualifying for tonight's race was actually rained out there on Saturday. And I'm not sure how they put the grid together for the lineup starting tonight. Some were complaining that it was just some screwed up formula they were using to actually put that together. But all right, final lap. Where's it going to be? Who's it going to be? And we'll get the full breakdown coming up here. Then, of course, we've got the first full moon of summertime rising on Monday, June the 29th. It will be one of the smallest of the year. June's full moon, traditionally known as the strawberry moon, a name tied to the short strawberry harvest season. Other nicknames include the green corn moon, the blooming moon, or the birth moon, according to the Old Farmer's Almanac. It'll also be what they call a micro moon, the smaller counterpart versus the super moon. So what'd they do on the last lap there? Caution comes out. Denny jumped into the lead. So it looks like they're going to go into overtime. Is that what this, if I'm translating correctly here, is it going to be a green-white checkered? Oh boy, got to love 300 laps in the books. But again, I see the caution is out. Gotta love those overtime. Boy, the nail biting continues there at Nashville. So, okay, we'll get our news break just ahead here. Scrapyard waving all 5 as we get the new day, the new week underway. Hello, Jeffrey's on board there in southern Florida. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Hello, Brett, checking in from the Mile High City tonight. Partly cloudy skies with 67 degrees. Hope everybody had a great weekend and a great start to your new week here. There's Mary Ann in the house. Good morning, all the overnight listening family. God bless everybody. John Ferguson. Hello, everybody. Welcome to a beautiful Monday. A perfect weekend to watch my girls play a couple of softball tournaments for the RBI Reds Summer League. It's off to Louisville in the morning for me. Got a 3-stop pedal, then it's reloading back to Piqua, Ohio. Good night to all, and God bless. Larry's on board. New week started here. Good afternoon. Hammer down 66 at the New York-New Jersey state line. We head off to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Then it's back to Wilmington, Delaware. We'll reload for our Tuesday. Iron Duck, howdy overnight crew, checking in from Southwest Ohio. Big news, I purchased my first semi-truck over the weekend. Currently 63 degrees. Keep the rubber side down. All right, we'll expect the full report there, Iron Duck. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that cannot afford downtime.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has reportedly sent Iran a new framework for a peace deal with tougher terms. He appeared on Fox News.
They're very tough negotiators. It takes a long time. I'm in no hurry. I'd like to say I'm in a hurry because, gasoline prices are going to come tumbling down. But if you're going to be in a hurry, you're not going to make a good deal.
Iran says they will not accept any deal unless it fully protects the rights of the Iranian people, signaling continued resistance to U.S. demands. Israeli troops have captured the strategic Beaufort Castle overlooking southern Lebanon after days of fighting and airstrikes against Hezbollah. The advance marks Israel's deepest incursion into Lebanon in more than 25 years as the direct talks between Israel and Lebanon continue in Washington. Honda is recalling nearly 100,000 vehicles over a potential airbag defect that could trigger unintentional deployment. No injuries or deaths have yet been reported. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioning for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Congratulations, Denny Hamlin, for the win. What do they call it? A redemption story. At Nashville Super Speedway. There you go. It was official. That last lap pass. All right, Gilligan checking in. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, sitting here at the penthouse atop the GMA and BNS Enterprises skyscraper. Yeah, bright moonlit night. The beautiful moon, 58 degrees. All right, everybody keep it shiny side up. Hello from Bob in Michigan. There's Michael. What's up, people? Hope you had a good weekend. Another Michael. Morning, good evening from the sticks of Cadiz, Ohio. We're in the mid-50s, bright moon. Just got my last load off at a rail drop to be shipped over the pond, as they say. And just realized I've been working 16 days straight. It's crazy when you work a 3 p.m. start time. Nevertheless, taking my full 2 days off. I got the furnace people coming out for the third time to work on a brand new unit. Then going to go out and look for a car for the missus. And get that Jeep back. After it breaks down over the weekend, having to use her car. All right, we're getting hammered on the crude oil side. Yeah, the hints are we're selling more oil to more countries. Even rumors saying deals are being made for us to be selling oil to China. Well, who knows? Hope everybody has a great evening. Y'all be safe out there. As it said, keep it shiny side up, dirty side down. I'm off to start me a weekend. Then there's Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, with 66 degrees. Still a little bit of rain, should be letting up soon. I got back from Hollywood, Florida, Saturday afternoon. I'll deliver in a little while, so I'll be heading to the hay shortly. Had a busy day after my unload. Got to get my transmission looked at. Having a little trouble with it going into gear without going to go back to neutral and switching back to drive or reverse. It's a 10-speed auto shift with an automated clutch, which I've had to replace. Wildcat and I went to visit her mom yesterday, and her sister Hurricane Jane was in town. So went out, had a good meal, good food service, very slow. Ended up giving us a dessert for free because it took so long to get our food. It's kind of odd. Several tables who came in after us got served before us, and I don't discuss what our suspicions were to cause that in this format, but yeah, I'm still trying to secure a better insurance rate, but only have 2 days left before my renewal comes up. Wish me luck, folks. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. If memory serves, his insurance was going from something like $40,000 to $80,000 a year. I mean, if that is correct, right, Buckeye Boy? Nearly doubling the cost for his three vehicles. All right, top of the morning, Steve. Santa Claus checking in, 84 degrees, Elk Grove, California. Mrs. Claus broke her fibula on Friday. And I'm getting over everybody loves the norovirus, right? Fun times. So, yes, indeed, that's going to delay our road trip a little bit. Get well soon. Hope you feel better. It is 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll get to some of our industry headlines, again, as we close out the weekend. Kind of a stingy situation. Wow, truck driver hospitalized following a crash unleashing thousands of bees in North Dakota. The crash took place a little before 4 in the afternoon Friday in Valley City, North Dakota. Troopers say an 04 Chevy Silverado driven by a 15-year-old male was merging onto westbound 94 from the westbound on-ramp, exit 292. At the same time, another vehicle was merging onto 94 ahead of the Chevy Silverado. A Kenworth semi hauling beehives was also westbound on 94 in the lane where the on-ramp merges with the westbound traffic. According to the Highway Patrol, while merging onto 94, the Chevy Silverado entered the right lane, then abruptly attempted to move into the left lane to pass the vehicle in front of it. During that lane exchange, the Kenworth semi was directly alongside the Silverado. Apparently, the driver of the Silverado didn't observe the Kenworth. Making an improper lane change to avoid collision, the driver of the semi taking evasive action, swerving left, tires entered the median before trying to get back on the road, the semi then rolling onto the passenger side. Coming to a stop on the shoulder of I-94 on top of lane 2 of the interstate, but he was hauling somewhere 600 to 800 beehives. I mean, we're talking like nearly 2 million bees that separated from the trailer during the rollover, and obviously they were not happy. The driver of the semi, a 55-year-old from Florida, was able to get out of the cab, but immediately attacked by hundreds of bees. The driver ran to the nearby Shawnee River, trying to escape the bees. Indeed, he was transported to a hospital in Fargo, being treated for hundreds of bee stings. Ouch. The Silverado driver did remain at the scene, they say. Obviously, messy situation. Local beekeepers had to come into the scene, as well as a towing company, to remove the destroyed beehives. I guess, thank goodness, he was not allergic For some folks, a simple sting can be the difference in life and death. I can't imagine being stung hundreds of times. So prayers for that driver. Let's get an update on the transportation bill, the $580 billion transportation bill under consideration by Congress that includes an amendment that would allow states, they tell us, to significantly increase truck weights as part of a pilot program. This is the Build America 250 Act, passed out of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, now being considered by the full House. We've been kind of touching on some of the pieces included in this legislation in recent days. But there's an amendment submitted by U.S. Representative Dusty Johnson to create a pilot program to allow states to increase truck weights from the current federal standard of 80,000 pounds. This would be a voluntary 10-year pilot program allowing states to increase truck weights on federal interstates up to 91,000 pounds on 6 axles. Johnson says the benefits would include easing some of the burdensome regulations and improving driver recruitment and retention. Now, states would not be forced to participate in the truck weight increase pilot. Now, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association opposes heavier trucks, arguing they would increase costs, harm the infrastructure, offer no benefits for truckers. The Coalition Against Bigger Trucks recently asked lawmakers to consider the safety implications of allowing heavier trucks on U.S. roadways. It was back earlier in May, they wrote, "We understand the pressures that are brought from the supporters of bigger trucks and the arguments they make. Unfortunately, all these arguments forget one key point. Making a truck heavier or longer will lead to more deaths. It's simple physics. The more mass, the more dangerous the truck's going to become when involved in a crash. In our opinion, there is no one argument that can be made that's worth a person's life," they said. The Build America 250, of course, contains several other positions that are widely considered to be beneficial to trucking. OOIDA President Todd Spencer praised the bill for including a $750 million investment in truck parking, as well as guaranteed restroom access for truckers at shipping facilities. And, of course, we kind of talked about this on our Friday morning program, where they say there's a ban on predatory leasing schemes. Grump, after having gone through, the wording says it's really not a ban on these predatory lease purchase programs. It's another study for 2 additional years, and then they're going to report back, and no guarantees there would ever be a ban included there. So there you go. Underway a Monday. Did someone say the greatest day of the week? Hello, Cap and Ron. It's 844-844-3388. Great to have you on board. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
What do you say? Yeah, I guess my numbers were correct on that outrageous insurance cost increase. Yeah, Buckeye Boy was talking about. $80,000 a year. Hey, Scrapyard threw out a little suggestion there. For Buckeye, said pull the battery fuse or the hot lead from like 10 minutes and hook it back up again. The engine and transmission have separate computers and a translator computer set between the two. Doing that'll do like a hard reset. Okay, guess it's worth a try, all right? Meanwhile, the story I shared about the bees. Well, what is a 15-year-old doing driving by himself? You know, I hadn't thought of that. Good question. Yeah, I guess it kind of varies from one state to the next, but I know in my home state, yeah, a 15-year-old, I think it might be 15 and a half, can get a learner's permit. But they cannot drive alone, cannot drive with other teens, only in the vehicle. They have to have an adult accompany them throughout that whole learner's permit process. You're right there. Those bees were not happy. And I hope they were able to save most of the bees. Lucky thing they weren't killer bees. If that had been the case, several people would have probably lost their lives. Yeah, the killer bees, they don't quit. And the sting's a lot more potent. They've taken over most, if not all, the hives in Arizona. Other states in that region of the country. They've even found some all the way up in Canada. Yeah, I do watch. There's a YouTube channel. I don't know his actual name, but he's like the bee guy. Yeah, that goes out where these killer beehives have taken over. I mean, he's in Arizona, and they're everywhere. And he kind of explains when he comes upon one of these hives. He said, "These bees there's enough bees that they'd kill a horse." And they start swarming. I mean, they kill them. Yeah, kill them. They're not beneficial. Yeah, they're invasive. And he says, I don't understand why some people say, don't kill the bees. These are killer bees. There's nothing beneficial about them. All right, meanwhile, yet another scenario as we talk the English proficiency for truck drivers. And that goes as well for bus drivers. Yeah, where this trend of accidents, lives being lost. The latest is a family of 4 from Massachusetts killed when a bus crashed into multiple vehicles in Virginia as they were headed to a wedding, a load of homemade desserts for the celebration. According to the report, the family wedding went forward this past day in South Carolina. But it was also a time of mourning the loss of Dmitry and Ekaterina Donkev and their 2 children, Emily and Mark. A son, a father, the whole family. Killed when a motor coach caused the chain reaction crash with the vehicles that had slowed down in the work zone along I-95 in Stafford County Friday afternoon. The bus striking a Suburban, which then hit an Acura carrying the Donkev family. And more people treated for injuries, including one that was in critical condition. Most of the others have since been discharged. The bus driver, a 48-year-old Jing S. Dong of Staten Island, New York, now charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter, and additional charges are likely, according to state police. He has been arrested, and he's going to be in custody while he's treated for injuries. But prosecutors issuing a statement that his first court appearance will not be scheduled until he's discharged from the hospital. And they also said prosecutors saw enough probable cause to believe he was driving in a criminally negligent manner, but he could not speak English. Unclear whether he has an attorney who could speak on his behalf. The National Transportation Safety Board is now involved in that investigation. The bus, which was apparently taking people from New York to North Carolina, was operated by E&P Travel, based out of Kings Mountain, North Carolina. Chapman said the driver's language proficiency would be part of the ongoing investigation. According to U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, citing police, he is a native of China and does not speak English. All right. Around the country, 844-3388. Deal or no deal? I don't know. Here's another day, another week. Yeah, pretty much the status quo. Propositions being thrown back and forth. How about vessels being able to transit the Strait of Hormuz? Yeah, some are getting through. But, when I think of the big picture, they say U.S. military forces have been escorting some of these vessels through the strait. But if you go back in time before the beginning of this conflict with Iran, what is actually making it through now would be, I guess, more akin to standing in a shower under a trickle of water, trying to get a shower. I mean, if memory serves, something close to maybe as many as 90 vessels per day would transit that Strait of Hormuz in normal times. Apparently over the last several days, or was it weeks? I've got the full story coming up here. We have coordinated the passage of about 70 commercial ships in and out of the Persian Gulf. It's actually over the past 3 weeks. 70 vessels, 3 weeks. That's just a trickle. That kind of coincides with why we might have a fertilizer supply shortage that is affecting much of the country right now. They all kind of piece together. More on that coming your way. Trust you had a good weekend. We roll into the first day of June. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. IndustrialInjection.com to learn more. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They're very tough negotiators. It takes a long time.
The Treasury Department sanctioned an Iranian agency for attempting to control the Strait of Hormuz.
Officials said the newly formed Persian Gulf Strait Authority is a new attempt by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to monetize its campaign of state-sponsored terror by extorting vessels transiting the strait. The IRGC has restricted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz since the beginning of the conflict in February. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Former AG Pam Bondi is defending the Epstein file releases.
Former Attorney General Pam Bondi told the House Oversight Committee that the Justice Department made what she called an unprecedented effort to collect and release materials tied to the Jeffrey Epstein case. In prepared remarks, Bondi said nearly 3 million pages of documents, along with videos and images, were reviewed across multiple administrations. She defended the process as thorough, though acknowledged there were some redaction errors. Bondi also emphasized that the DOJ aimed to maximize transparency and remains prepared to investigate any credible evidence of wrongdoing. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Former Vice President Mike Pence says President Trump's second administration has departed from the conservative agenda.
Pence tells NBC's Meet the Press he'd like to see Republicans get back to running on conservative principles again.
I think Republicans would do well to take some time to reflect on what we believe again and take that message to the American people.
The former vice president also took aim at President Trump's so-called anti-weaponization fund, calling it deeply offensive and a bad idea.
It's a bad idea from the start. I would encourage him and Trish just to drop it.
That nearly $1.8 billion fund was announced by the Justice Department as part of the president's settlement with the IRS. It's been temporarily blocked by a federal judge. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Google is seeking approval to release up to 32 million sterile mosquitoes in California and Florida under its debug program to help reduce disease-carrying populations. Southern California voters have several options when it comes to casting ballots on Tuesday's primary election.
500 more vote centers have opened in Los Angeles County this weekend, more than 200 each in San Diego and Orange counties. The centers will be open daily from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. for in-person voting, voter registration, and vote-by-mail ballot returns. On Election Day Tuesday, the centers will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'm Sharon Reardon.
The Denver Broncos have completed the formal agreement with the Colorado Department of Transportation to purchase land in Denver for their new stadium.
The closing on the purchase of Burnham Yard is expected in the fall. The 58-acre decommissioned rail yard will feature the new NFL stadium with a retractable roof, as well as spaces for shops, restaurants, entertainment venues, housing, and offices. The Broncos are also planning for it to be a multimodal transportation hub. The team is optimistic about keeping the project on track for completion in 2031, pending agreements with Denver Water and other public-private transactions. I'm Sam Speck.
A meteor streaking over New England produced a sonic boom across Massachusetts. The fireball was moving around 75,000 miles per hour, fragmented roughly 40 miles above northeast Massachusetts and southeastern New Hampshire, releasing energy equal to around 300 tons of TNT. No damage or injuries were reported. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
This is Denny Gillum, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty then, close out the weekend. Yep, we'll do it from coast to coast, time zone to time zone. We make our way into the first day of June. Which technically means the Atlantic hurricane season is underway. Of course, on the Pacific side, the Eastern Pacific hurricane season started back May 15. And pretty much right on cue, AccuWeather forecasters say they are monitoring areas in the Gulf and the waters off the west coast of Central America and Mexico for possible development here as we get the new month and hurricane season underway. Starting with the Atlantic Basin, under close watch, whenever there are slow-moving fronts or stalled areas of low pressure in the Gulf, Northwest Caribbean, Southwestern Atlantic, there is reason to be concerned a tropical storm or two may try to brew. When conditions are favorable, AccuWeather's Bernie Rayno explained both factors could contribute to slow development of tropical activity near or a few hundred miles offshore of Mexico's Yucatan in the coming days. One inhibiting factor here in the first week of June is wind shear. There's a broad zone of clouds, showers, thunderstorms kind of persisting across the Gulf, Northwestern Caribbean, and Southwestern Atlantic here for the first half of June. Some of this moisture may spread into the southeast and central U.S., bringing with it at least some partial drought relief for some areas. Now, a potential reduction in that wind shear as we head toward the second week of June may coincide with a wave of enhanced upper motion in the atmosphere that slowly travels around the globe from west to east. The oscillation, as they call it, the MJO, that enhances thunderstorm activity on one side and suppresses it on the other. The thunderstorm enhancement zone then shifts from the eastern Pacific during the first week to the Gulf, the Caribbean, and Southwest Atlantic around the second week of June. This pulse of thunderstorm activity can sometimes strengthen a developing tropical disturbance or depression, may even contribute to the formation of multiple tropical cyclones. Now, the chances relatively low at this time, but we're going to have to monitor the first 2 weeks of June. At the same time, the eastern Pacific may become active very quickly at the start of June. We're watching for two areas that have potential to develop in the first 10 days or so here in June. Meanwhile, El Nino, based on the ramp-up of El Nino, which has the potential to be one of the strongest on record. This is likely to be a busy year for tropical activity on the Pacific side, the eastern and central Pacific. Tropical activity on the Atlantic side often ranges from near average to well below average because of the stronger upper-level winds. The wind shear, which inhibits storm development on the Atlantic side. All right, the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. military is quietly, they tell us, helped guide dozens of vessels through the strait in recent weeks. This has provided an alternative route for ship owners seeking to avoid the Iranian interference, according to the report this past day. Central Command has coordinated the passage of about 70 commercial ships into and out of the Gulf, Persian Gulf. Over the past 3 weeks, they tell us, many of these vessels travel with their tracking transponders switched off to reduce the risk of detection while navigating that narrow waterway. Of course, according to the report, vessels traveling near Iran's coastline without Tehran's approval face a significant risk of attack from Iranian drones or missiles. Shipping analysts say the U.S. coordinated routes appear to keep ships closer to Oman and further from the Iranian-controlled waters. Now, there you go. Well, more than 100 commercial vessels typically crossed the strait each day before the military action. This is, as I mentioned last hour, this is just a trickle. Traffic is way below normal levels. Even so, U.S. coordinated crossings suggest some ship owners are willing to make the journey after weeks of delays that have stranded vessels throughout the region. Our effort also giving ship owners an option that does not require Iranian permission or paying fees demanded for passage through the corridor. CENTCOM confirming they continue to work with commercial shipping companies. They are not currently providing direct naval escorts, they say. Although we are not escorting, we continue to communicate and coordinate with the commercial ships seeking to freely, safely transit the strait. President Trump, of course, earlier announced Project Freedom, the military initiative designed to help commercial vessels transit the strait. That operation was later scaled back a bit, but military officials continue efforts behind the scenes in assisting ships to make the crossing. That's kind of where things stand, which is leading to some issues. On the trucking side, this urgent fertilizer supply shortfall now affecting some 35 states, according to the update and the renewed FMCSA waiver. Drivers and carriers in the affected states transporting straight or blended fertilizer products for commercial farming and agricultural purposes, including ranching, are being granted relief from the hours of service and the requirement to use an ELD to record duty status. This relief is now in effect through August 26th. And again, 35 states. I'm not going to name them all, but suffice it to say, it's much of the country. Now, the waiver does not apply to hazardous materials. Fertilizer is a vital resource critical to American agriculture, food supply, and national security, according to the Department of Agriculture, announcing a full-scale, all-of-government effort to strengthen the fertilizer supply, including efforts to lower shipping costs, expand production, and cut some of the red tape so fertilizer reaches our farmers. Circumstances surrounding the waiver are unique due to the timing of the fertilizer supply during this critical spring application season. Conditions of the waiver, they explain, include the total driving time for any driver operating under this waiver to not exceed the 16-hour limit. A driver must take a minimum of 6-hour consecutive break in the sleeper berth during each 24-hour period. If there is no sleeper berth, the driver must take a minimum 8 consecutive hour break each 24-hour period. Drivers who do not use an ELD must use paper record of duty status, maintain those documents for 6 months from the prepared date, and make them accessible to the FMCSA and law enforcement upon request. And lastly, motor carriers and drivers must comply with all federal and state requirements and obtain any necessary authority to load, transport, and deliver the fertilizer products. If you're operating under the declaration, which applies to interstate commerce, you are not required, they tell us, to carry a paper copy. 36 states. That's a lot of the country here. Planting season in full swing. Our number 844-844-3388. Rolling into the greatest day of the week.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
Part of the celebrations around the country, 250th anniversary of the United States of America. Is the big boy, as they call it, the big boy, 4014, that locomotive. You know, I guess the last operational made its way through Denison, Iowa. I believe it was this past day. I'm seeing some of the video. Thousands of people lining the tracks, catching video. And I guess you'd say kind of like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to catch the big boy. Of course, along the way, stopping along various routes. I do believe the big boy was making one of those stops there in Denison this past day. Quite the monstrosity, right? All right, so we wrapped up racing about an hour ago, closed out the weekend at Nashville Super Speedway. Did you get to catch any of the action there, Eagle? How about a Denny Hamlin for the win?
Yeah, I had to drive tonight, but I was listening to it on the radio as I was driving. I just heard the end of the race. As you was coming on the air, they had a rain delay.
Yeah, so I guess Denny made the pass there on the last lap. Is that correct? Okay, Eagle.
The Chevrolet and Ford, they're dominating race after race. You know, they had three of the Toyota, the same team was on the last lap. They were three wide. I thought they was gonna wreck. I was surprised they made it through the last lap with Bell and Briscoe and Hamlin. They were three wide on the last lap, and they somehow came out with Denny Hamlin winning. I'm not no tornado fan by no means, but I told you about Denny Hamlin, Steve. I think he's a driver of destiny this year. What happened to his family last year? His father got killed in a fire. He lost the championship on the last race of the year, and then he lost one of his best friends, to Kyle Busch. I think it's his year. I'm hoping that Denny can pull it off this year. He deserves it. He's paid his dues. He's been around NASCAR for a long time, and he deserves the championship. And he did. Like I told you, Steve. I was hoping he should have won the race last week. I think he would have won last week if the race wouldn't have got rained out. He was making progress. He probably would have won last week, but he didn't get to do his victory dance. But he did it this week in tribute to Kyle Busch. So he did a burnout at the end of the race and got the checkered flag and did the bow to Kyle Busch, which is showing respect for the man.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping that Denny would win this race. So I'm glad to see him pull it off in Nashville. It was a late night race, but it was good action on the radio. The announcers that call these races on the Performance Race Network, they do a hell of a job. You almost like watching it on TV, but anybody that don't want to see the race, you can look at it on YouTube on a NASCAR channel. It's already got the race, the highlights of the race, all the accidents and all that. So I just got through looking at that. Like I said, it was a hell of a last lap. So good job. I'm glad Denny Hamlin pulled it off, and the main thing is he showed respect to Kyle Busch, and that's what he deserves. One thing I want to say right quick, Steve, before I get on to what I really want to talk about is one of my my favorite subject is talking about these losers that decide to protest. And what do you know, we got plenty of losers up there in New Jersey, and I definitely got something to say about these idiots. But Steve, before I get to that, I want to make a comment on this situation with Donald Trump. And you might not agree with me, but I believe I heard some news, and I'm trying to dig into it a little bit more. But you didn't work on Friday. On Friday afternoon, Donald Trump, he called a meeting into the Situation Room in the White House, which is a room that's designed for when you got some serious business to talk about, when you got some serious things going on. See these. I've told you this, Steve, week after week. These Iranians have no intentions of signing no deal, and they slapped Donald Trump in the face once again on Friday afternoon. They had the nerve to put another bogus piece of paper on the table saying only achieving one of the goals that of the three. They still refuse to give up their nuclear programs, and they still refuse to give up the nuclear dust that they have, or whatever the hell you want to call it, that they've already made. Okay, so they slapped Trump in the face once again by putting that on the table. And like I said, they're never gonna give up their nuclear ambitions, Steve. If I'm gonna continue, if they was gonna do it, they'd already done it by now. Now, here's what I'm hearing about the news of this situation. Whether it's true or whether it's not, I don't know. But I'm hearing this from sources on the internet and other sources that Donald Trump. They said that Donald Trump wanted the nuclear codes. Donald Trump, he wants to go ahead and finish off Iran. But from what I'm hearing, some of the military leaders are telling Donald Trump they won't give him the codes. Donald Trump is not the final say when it comes to launching missiles. He has to go through other people, Steve, before he can do that.
Oh, yes.
But from what I'm understanding, Donald Trump is at his wit's end with these people, and he's ready to go in and eliminate Iran. But somebody is holding it back. And I said this to you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, because you can't go from one day saying that we're going to blow Iran off the map to the next day saying, well, we're going to give you another 30 days. There has to be another influence. There has to be somebody else in Donald Trump's ear. And it's become very, very clear that Donald Trump does want to eliminate Iran, but there's somebody putting a stop to it. Who that person is, I don't know. But like I said, you may not agree with that. You may agree, but it's obvious to me and other people that there's somebody that's putting the roadblock in ending this thing for Donald Trump. If me personally, I think Donald Trump needs to say to hell with that person and go ahead and do the deal. Now, let me talk about this situation with these protesters in Iran. Because see, Steve, I'm fed up with all of them. I was fed up way back in Minnesota when you saw what took place in Minnesota over the winter. So now we got another scenario going on in New Jersey where these people, and see, far as I'm concerned, anybody that's out there protesting, they're nothing but a what do you want to call it, a turncoat on their own country, as far as I'm concerned. Because see, they're protesting for people that don't belong in the country to begin with, Steve. And these people, I don't know what the conditions are like inside of that facility, and none of your listeners that listen tonight knows what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I haven't been inside the facility, but I know this for a fact: they're being fed meals. What they're being fed, I don't know. And the people on the outside that they're protesting, they don't know what the hell is going on in the building. They think they know. And this is the problem. This is the problem with that situation, Steve, is that they're out there raising hell, and they're raising a whole lot of hell. And a lot of them are outside agitators, people that are troublemakers that's looking for trouble, and they need to be dealt with like they're troublemakers, as far as I'm concerned, because it's gone too far, and it'll go on from city to city, Steve. It's not just Minnesota. It's not just New Jersey. Next month it'll be another town where these people out there protesting. They don't done it in Chicago. They don't done it in L.A. They don't done it in Seattle. All over Portland, Oregon. They go from state to state, town to town looking for trouble, and they protesting for people that don't belong in America. People that gave up their right to any civilization when they crossed the border illegally, Steve. And for these people to be out there fighting the ICE agents, then you like I like the statement that one guy made that's in charge. I don't know what his name is. One of them so-called individuals told an ICE agent that he was going to kill his family and kill. He knows what he knows where the man live at. And whoever's in charge of the ICE people, he said, well, we know who you are, and we got your face. And guess what? That guy is now behind bars right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a curfew in place there at that Delaney facility. We have to pause there. News of service of industrial injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Treasury Department sanctioned an Iranian agency for attempting to control the Strait of Hormuz.
Officials said the newly formed Persian Gulf Strait Authority is a new attempt by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to monetize its campaign of state-sponsored terror by extorting vessels transiting the strait. The IRGC has restricted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz since the beginning of the conflict in February. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Ukraine has intensified strikes on Russian energy facilities, with officials reporting damage in the Rostov and Saratov regions. Kiev says the attacks target infrastructure funding Russia's war, while denying Russian claims that a Ukrainian drone struck a nuclear plant. Google is seeking approval to release up to 32 million sterile mosquitoes in California and Florida under its debug program to help reduce disease-carrying populations. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, back at it here on the greatest day of the week. Here we go, first day of June coming our way. Appreciate you joining us here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Trust you had a good weekend. All right, obviously on the internet, these things pop up, they make the rounds, they'll disappear for a while, then they come back once again, back into the news. All the search that I've done here during the break there, the whole nuclear code story goes back several weeks ago. And if you'll remember some of the interviews at the time where the reporters were all shouting out at the president, would you nuke Iran? To which he said, no one should use nuclear weapons. He said it. Says it goes back to a podcast in late April. A former CIA analyst made the claim on that podcast. Said that the president requested to use the nuclear codes during an emergency meeting. That there was like a heated exchange, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs blocked him. Subsequently, of course, The White House officials denied the allegations. It was cited as a false story. But they do say under protocol, the president holds the sole legal authority to order a nuclear attack. You call it the football. You got the football and you've got the biscuit, as they call it. The codes that verify the president's identity to the military are contained on a card called the biscuit, which the president keeps on their possession, in their person at all times, alongside a military aide that carries what they call the football, the briefcase. Now, in the event of any sort of military dissent, while military leaders can participate in, say, like a decision conference, to ensure the president's fully informed, they do not have the legal authority to overrule an authenticated presidential launch order. Again, you can go back some of the headlines from the time. Explosive report claims Trump tried to use the nuclear codes, followed by White House debunks rumor. Trump tried to use the nuclear codes. Another Yahoo News headline from, again, back late April. General allegedly blocked Trump from using the nuclear codes. I don't think he's going to nuke Iran, but if he wanted to, according to that, he is, whoever the president is, they have the sole legal authority to order such an attack. Meanwhile, 844-3388. All right, so I think some of this stuff, Eagle, it pops up, makes the rounds. It was a story, but I don't think it's not something that happened like over this weekend.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's just something that I've heard. Mm-hmm. But, like I said, I think Trump is at his wit's end, Steve, because I know a lot of people are, man. They tired of playing games. Iran continues to try to bypass what needs to be done. They only want to do one of the things that are required. They say that they might want to cooperate and open it up to straight, but they're forgetting about the other two objectives, and those are the main ones: no nuclear weapons and give up the stuff that they produced already. For some reason, they refuse to sign that deal, and then patience is running out. Patience is running out. And if it's running out with me, it's got to be running out with Donald Trump. And like I said, something's gonna have to happen real soon, Steve, because these people they're only playing games, buying time. Now we find out last week that they believe that maybe they can affect the elections, they can affect the midterms, and by stalling, and maybe the American people will turn their back on Donald Trump, and then they say maybe the Congress and the senators might hold Trump back from taking any more military action. That's what I'm hearing, that Iran is trying to hope for, that they wait for the midterms to try to stall this thing out to there. So like I said, it's time to, to do something. It's time to make a move. These people, they're either going to sign the document or you're not. And at this point, it don't look like they're going to sign. But getting back to this this ICE deal, Steve, up in New Jersey with these illegals. You know what really pisses me off, Steve, is when I see these people standing in front of cars, and then they have the nerve to say that an ICE agent tried to run them over. What are you supposed? Let me ask you a simple question, Steve. What is the ICE agent supposed to do when you got an idiot that's standing in front of his vehicle that's trying to impede his progress and won't move out of the way? Is he supposed to stop the car and just let the man hold him up, or is he supposed to back up or go around, or is he just supposed to just sit there until the guy decides that decides that he doesn't want to do that anymore? What are the options that this ICE agent has? Can you tell me that?
Well, I say run their ass over, but that's there are some states that actually say if they're blocking the roads and whatnot, you can't be held responsible for their injuries because they're blocking the road. That's not everywhere, but some states.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't want to see nobody run over, but they take it a little too far. You can't, when you're throwing rocks, showing to these people, conveniently every time they have these different riots, a load of bricks show up on the sidewalk somewhere. Yep. Somebody conveniently drops off a load of bricks. so these protesters can use them to throw at the ICE vehicles and cause all kind of destruction. So like I said, these people get what they deserve. If you dumb enough to stand in front of a car, whatever happens to you the way I did, because you apparently don't value your life too much, or you wouldn't stand in front of a car. But like I said, Steve, here's what upsets me. Like I told you, is that the all of these people to say that you're not at a restaurant. We like I heard a guy say on your show on Thursday. We give these people what they give these people. We're not gonna serve you food from the country that you reside from. We're not going to go out and prepare Mexican food for the Mexicans. We're not going to provide Guatemalan food for the Guatemalans and the Brazilians or wherever the hell you come from. If you're from Africa, we're not going to provide African cuisine. We're going to give you the food that we feed everybody else that's in connection with this thing. And you're not going to receive a special. So, like I said, these people, if they don't want to eat, that's their problem. You'll starve. Like my grandfather said, you either eat or one day you'll decide you're so hungry that you'll decide to eat, or you'll starve or fall out. It's not my problem. But here's the thing that I don't understand, Steve. Why are these people in the country to begin with? That's the first mistake. I know in an ICE protection facility, why they still being held. If they're so upset about conditions in that facility, I say Donald Trump ought to go get an airplane and take it to New York, New Jersey, and load all of them up and fly them the hell out of the country, and they'll see we don't have that problem no more. We don't have to worry about what they eat, what they kind of food to eat, because see, they'll be in the country where they belong to begin with. So that's what I say to Donald Trump, Steve. Instead of trying to figure out how to feed these people, just get an airplane over to New York, New Jersey, and fly back to wherever the hell they come from, and then we won't have that problem no more. And I thank you for taking my call.
There you go. Yeah, that's 100% Eagle. He mentioned every time you turn around, there's a load of bricks showing up. It was kind of broke over the weekend. An undercover reporter was kind of somehow able to kind of infiltrate and get behind the scenes, showing that there are stockpiles. They're stocked up with water. Yeah, water not only for drinking, but water to flush out their eyes in the event that they get sprayed. And then, of course, the likes of riot gear, stockpiles. These are people, agitators that are coming in with full well plans for violent confrontation with the ICE agents there. That's why they implemented the curfew. Is it like what time does it kick in? Like 9 o'clock for the foreseeable future. There's a curfew there. You want to be out there agitating, stirring up trouble, put them in jail. It's just more of the same old, the paid agitators, the likes of the Antifa crowd. That's what they do. All right, it's 16 before the hour. So, I heard in the news break there. Yeah, a lot of people heard it. A lot of people felt it Saturday afternoon across parts of Massachusetts and the East. The big boom. Yeah, some saying that buildings shook. Some thought there might have been an earthquake. NASA confirming the cause was a bright meteor, a fireball that passed over the region a little after 2 in the afternoon, traveling at about 75,000 miles an hour. It appears to have fragmented, they say, about 40 miles above extreme northeast Massachusetts and southeast New Hampshire as it broke apart, though, releasing energy equivalent to about 300 tons of TNT. Yeah, that blast created the loud noise that the people heard on the ground. A geological survey said there was no earthquake. Nothing struck the surface instead of shaking. The shaking came from the sonic boom. That shock wave produced as it raced through the atmosphere faster than the speed of sound. But they said reports were pouring in from all over the region. Some witnesses describing that bright streak visible in the full daylight. NASA's GEOS weather satellite detected that flash over the area about the same time. So ultimately confirmed it was natural, not a satellite, not space debris re-entered the atmosphere. It was not connected to an active meteor shower. Daytime fireballs are kind of rare to witness. The sunlight normally overwhelms. And more often than not, they occur over the ocean or remote areas. But obviously, when a large enough object breaks apart over a populated region, you got the boom. Big boom. Coming up, we'll get to Klondike Mike. And, of course, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. First day of June, believe it or not, coming our way. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind? Losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Sex trafficking is fueled by the normalization of the commercial sex industry in our society, as seen in activities like escort sites, street-based prostitution, brothels, strip clubs, pornography sites like OnlyFans and Live Jasmine, webcam pay sites, and paying for sex acts during a massage. TAT offers information on the links between the demand for commercial sex and human trafficking. To learn more about human trafficking, visit tatnonprofit.org.
All right, we have officially closed out the weekend. Just like that, rolling into the month of June. Wow. Summertime just around the corner. What do you say, Klondike Mike? What's happening?
Hello, Mr. Sommers. Thank you for logging me in again.
Well, good to hear from you. Give us a full report. You got an update, I do believe.
Oh, yes, I do. I have an update on that ejection seat part that I sent to the China Lake Naval Museum. They have accepted it, and they have a specialist working on it from the museum. They're analyzing it right now, Steve, and they asked me if I wanted the part back, and I said, oh, heck no. Don't you guys have a museum? And he says, oh, yeah, we have a museum at the school and here at the Navy Museum. And I think they're going to expand it. But I am just happy that they got that part. Mm-hmm. I had double wrapped that sucker, and there were little decals on there that the words that said ejection, lev. You could only read a part of it because it's chewed up, and then there were some numbers on it, and I really sent it carefully so those little decals would not break off. Mm-hmm. But I will get the final answer on that, Steve. I'm really excited that they've received it and accepted it for analyzation. They called me back and checked my number to verify everything because let me tell you, that China Lake out there, they're so top secret. It's just unbelievable. My son actually moved the Admiral from his old digs, which looks like a ship when you go inside, and moved him to his new digs that they built. And my son had these giant dollies. I know all your truckers have used them, probably, and the dollies are for safes, for the safes for the Admiral's documents that they moved. And I was the I guess you could say the superintendent. I was the liaison between the shipper and the base, and I set the project up. And then I quit 3 days later because the shipper wanted me to work harder than I wanted to, Steve. And I didn't like that. So I said, you know what? My son's here. I got a good crew going. I think I'm just going to bow out and call it 3 days. But anyway, what an interesting... Well, anyway, when he took the Admiral safes down the hallway and the other crew, the doors for the laboratories going down the hall, they automatically close. There's curtains, that automatically boom, 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 boom. As you get towards them, a black curtain draws shut, so you can't see what's going inside the laboratory. That's how high-tech the Navy is. They have shredders on that. If you leave the base, they can shred your tires instantly. It stops you immediately. And obviously if you use a cell phone out there, you'll be arrested, but you're not going to believe this. One of our crew members got pictures of the F-18 Super Hornets in the hangar because they were also moving missiles in. My son was moving these missiles at 3 weeks later. And one of the guys got pictures on a cell phone. I don't know how he did that, but he's not in jail yet, Steve. But Steve, would it be okay to give a shout out to my newest great-granddaughter?
Certainly.
Oh, I'm so proud, Steve. Her name, she was born on the 29th, 3 days ago. Her name is Iris Claire, born to my grandson Jaden and wife Katie. And this baby girl is so beautiful. I'm just so proud. And you know what makes it amazing, Steve? She was born at 9 o'clock, but she was born on my mom's 100th birthday, who's no longer here.
Wow. How about that?
Isn't that amazing? And my mom was a special person, and my grandma, they grew up in Inglewood, California during the hardcore Depression, and her dad, my mom's dad, died when she was 6 years old, and they actually survived the Depression by selling sweet peas. My mom sold sweet peas for 5 cents a bunch and went around, or up to 10 cents, and then my grandma worked for some rich people that owned 3 restaurants. And you know what they gave what they gave my mom and grandma to live in for, I think, 3 or 4 years until they saved $300 to buy their own house. They lived in a chicken coop, Steve.
Wow.
But anyway, she was a special woman, and my granddaughter Iris Claire was born on her birthday, and it's just what a special day. And they moved from North Carolina down to Kentucky, and they absolutely love it, but they're terrified of the storms. And now I have them listening to you every night because you deliver a fantastic weather update. And no wonder the truckers love you so much. You got the greatest regulars. Eagle, I can't get enough of Eagle. Pappy, Grumpy, Grump, Horse Feathers, and I think Friday, was that Blind Man? Was Blind Man on Friday, Steve?
I don't think he was this Friday, but yeah.
Who was on Friday that was talking a long time? That guy knows his stuff. He's very smooth and steady. He's
maybe
a truck driver.
Grump, Vic, I'm not sure who.
It might have been Vic. No, it wasn't Grump. Grump's the sheriff, right?
Oh, Pappy's the sheriff.
Oh, Pappy's the sheriff. Oh, yes. It might have been Grump then.
I think it was Grump, yeah.
I'll be doggone. Yeah, your callers are amazing. I can't get enough of this show. I tune in 2 hours early to make sure I don't miss it.
That's
and
great.
I've also been hitting the podcast. The podcasts are so interesting that I'm hooked. And I have 15 grandchildren and great grandchildren now, and I think most of them are conservative, and they really don't like our government, Steve, but they're growing up the right way. And this little girl, Iris Claire, was born to a homeschooled kid, Jaden, and his sisters were homeschooled, and now they all got grants, and they graduated 3 grades above public school. My daughter couldn't take California anymore because they were allowing boys into the girls' bathrooms, even at the charter schools, which my grandkids were going to. She had enough. She pulled them, homeschooled them there in Ridgecrest, and then moved to North Carolina, and they finished their education there, their initial education, high school, and now both girls are in college. They're studying biology. Jaden is studying. He's going to be a pilot for a roofing company. He's a drone operator right now. He flies drones and inspects roofs for his dad, and they're doing real good. I guess they're in a good spot down there in Kentucky, in that area, Steve, with all the tornadoes that hit all the time. But Steve, to touch on something more serious, I'm really upset with Trump. I voted for him a couple times. I didn't vote last time, so I was so disgusted. I'm worse. I'm disgusted even more now. But now Trump wants Nancy Mace gone. And God, I love Nancy Mace. She's one of the best and the only one left that's got, it seems like, any sense. And as far as nuking Iran, that to me is the end of the world. Steve.
Well, yeah,
that's the end of the world.
That's everybody knows. It's kind of like a assured mutual destruction. Once it starts, it's pretty much the end. Yeah,
people need to realize
nobody wants to
coming.
be the first to trigger that. So maybe what did I miss out? What the heck happened with Trump and Nancy Mace over the weekend? I'll have to get the details. First, we got to get a news break, though. We hit the top of the hour. Service of industrial injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, engine solutions, from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Sex trafficking is fueled by the normalization of the commercial sex industry in our society, as seen in activities like escort sites, street-based prostitution, brothels, strip clubs, pornography sites like OnlyFans and Live Jasmine, webcam pay sites, and paying for sex acts during a massage. TAT offers information on the links between the demand for commercial sex and human trafficking. To learn more about human trafficking, visit tatnonprofit.org.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has reportedly sent Iran a new framework for a peace deal with tougher terms and says there is no rush to reach the agreement, calling for a good deal. He appeared on Fox News.
They're very tough negotiators. It takes a long time. I'm in no hurry. I'd like to say I'm in a hurry because, gasoline prices are going to come tumbling down. But if you're going to be in a hurry, you're not going to make a good deal.
Iran says they will not accept any deal unless it fully protects the rights of the Iranian people, signaling continued resistance to U.S. demands. Israeli troops have captured the strategic Beaufort Castle overlooking southern Lebanon after days of fighting and airstrikes against Hezbollah. The advance marks Israel's deepest incursion into Lebanon in more than 25 years as the direct talks between Israel and Lebanon continue in Washington. President Trump is pulling his endorsement of Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace.
Nancy Mace is running as a Republican for governor of South Carolina, but on Friday, Trump endorsed her opponent, Lieutenant Governor Pam Yvette, saying she will never let you down. Responding on social media Friday night, Mace suggests Trump pulled his endorsement of her because she'd advocated for the release of the Epstein files. Going on to say, if sacrificing my values is the price of an endorsement, Mace writes, I will never pay it. The state's primary is set for June 9th. I'm Scott Carr.
Passengers arriving in the U.S. from several nations affected by the Ebola outbreak must now enter through one of 4 designated airports.
Washington Dulles, Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta, Houston's George Bush Intercontinental, and New York's JFK will screen all passengers who have traveled to South Sudan, Uganda, or the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Stephanie Gosk reports there will be enhanced Ebola screenings at those airports. Health officials say researchers are still months away at earliest from clinical trials for a vaccine. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
An Illinois official has been charged in mail ballot fraud.
An Illinois Democratic alderwoman is facing charges after prosecutors allege she submitted her deceased mother's vote by mail ballot during a primary election, a ballot that was ultimately flagged and never counted. Election officials say their systems detected the issue through routine verification processes. Republican leaders are calling for her resignation, while election integrity advocates say the case underscores the importance of maintaining accurate voter rolls and ballot safeguards. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Maine Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner is facing scrutiny after reports of past extramarital sexting surfaced during the campaign. Plattner's wife, Amy Gertner, has defended her husband, saying the couple went to counseling and their marriage is now stronger than ever. The mayor of Newark, New Jersey, is imposing an overnight curfew around a New Jersey immigration center after days of clashes between protesters and police.
Mayor Ras Baraka put out the order, saying he wanted to ensure the safety and well-being of all residents. Now, this mandatory curfew covers a half-mile area around the Delaney Hall Federal Detention Center from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. until further notice. It comes after Governor Sherrill blamed agitators from out of state for the protest violence outside the facility. The governor also doubled down on sending state police, saying it was needed to avoid things getting further out of hand with ICE agents. I'm Levon Putney.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go. And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. Rolling into a brand new day from time zone to time zone. So no sooner did Klondike Mike mentioned Nancy Mace. I caught it on the news break there. I see. So I guess that came down sometime Friday. Kind of missed it over the weekend. Yeah, primary season continues. And I guess the president jumping into the fray with endorsements, as he's been doing, from one contest to another. And some of those endorsements indeed have led to the ouster of long-time Republicans. John Cornyn, most notoriously last week. Thomas Massey there in Kentucky. Last I saw, the Trump-endorsed candidates, I think he was batting 1,000. So I guess one headline from the Daily Beast says at the moment Nancy Mace is desperately trying to win President Trump back, but I guess it's too late since he's now officially come out endorsing her competitor, the South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Yvette. He also weighed in on Iowa and Oklahoma, apparently, wading into a handful of contests. In a series of social media posts, he backed, again, South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Yvette, Iowa Representative Randy Feenstra, and former Oklahoma State Senator Mike Mazzei as the primaries approach there. Iowa's primary will be tomorrow, Tuesday. South Carolina, June 9. Oklahoma on June 16. All three states actually having their first competitive Republican gubernatorial primaries in a number of years. For 2 terms, Yvette served alongside Governor Henry McMaster, one of Trump's earliest backers during his first presidential campaign. Earlier this year, the long-serving governor endorsed his number 2, kind of telegraphing to some that Trump's backing could be next. He expressed both appreciation for Yvette and the state she represents, noting that she had stumped for him in 2024. He also said a big added plus for her campaign is Henry McMaster Jr., the sitting governor's son, may be Yvette's running mate. In the deep red state of South Carolina, the competition for the president's support has been very intense in this particular primary race. In a separate post, he described Feenstra as MAGA all the way, said he would fight tirelessly for the state on issues, including the economy, border security, and support law enforcement. Both Yvette and Feenstra have been vocal about wanting the president's endorsement in the hopes it might carry some weight in states that helped propel his return to office in 2024. Along with Feenstra, 4 other Republicans, State Representative Eddie Andrews, a businessman and former conservative political director Zach Lawn, former State Representative Brad Sherman, and former Director of the State Department of Administrative Services, Adam Steen, are in the primary to replace the outgoing Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, who has opted out of a 3rd term. So South Carolina, okay, Yvette is competing against, there's Nancy Mace, Representative Ralph Norman, and the State Attorney General Alan Wilson. So they've got a 4-way battle for that Republican nomination in South Carolina. So appreciate the heads up there, Mike.
Oh, you bet. It's mainly because she wants to release all of the Epstein files, which I don't know if you've been on X, but they're releasing them and they're sickening. I can't even watch it anymore. I can't watch. I've deleted my account because I don't want to be anywhere near X of what they're releasing. It's so sickening. I don't want it on my phone. But Steve, I've been researching that flock camera. Mm-hmm. Why do they call it flock? because we're sheep. We're just stepping right into this. I mean, I saw the first city council meeting where someone very astute and smart young gentleman hammered city council on what these things can do. And I've been researching it besides what I've learned from him. Peter Thiel is on the Epstein list, number 4 of being the most on the Epstein list with over 2,000 recorded events. And he owns Palantir. Palantir owns Flock Camera. Now, Flock Camera, if you even walk under it and look up, it has additional cameras all around it and sensors. It could take a picture of your iris. It'll track your gait. If you're pigeon-toed, your biometrics. It could actually empty your cell phone data if you walk under it. And also, these cameras are positioned, and I noticed them around my son's city, my son's city here in Sydney. They got one on City Hall. They got one at the intersections, and the way they're positioned is they can see both sides of the residential homes behind where you're stopped at the red light. Not only can they see your face, I suggest everybody drop their visor, but not only can they see your face, they can see all your neighbors. And when they leave for work, when they come home, what they dress, they can zoom in 1 mile or more and get your information. It kind of reminds me, I think it started when I used to drive back and forth from L.A. to Fairbanks, Alaska. When I was coming back down to California once, I noticed at the bottom of a very steep hill, before you cross the bridge, there were cameras. Cameras staring right at you, in the slow lane there. And I found out later, and they were on every bridge on the I-5 coming down. And I found out later that they were sending truckers automatically tickets if they broke the speed limit coming downhill. How chicken is that?
Yeah, right.
That's typical California. That's typical California, though. There hasn't been a good governor there, I don't think, in over 100 years. I mean, every stinking one of them was corrupt. But anyway, I digress. But that's what's happening. And when Eagle was talking about the communists in New Jersey attacking the trucks, burning the cars, you know what that reminded me of, Steve, was Reginald Denny down in L.A. driving that set of bottom dump trailers, and they got him to stop. Boy, if I was in that diesel, you would have seen some lowriders. You would have seen some cars get pushed aside and blown apart. You would have never seen me stop on Normandy Boulevard. I mean, I delivered newspapers, thousands of them, 3 times a week, all through L.A. I know that area like the back of my hand, and that is a very scary area. And that's what it reminded me of. Well, look what they did to poor Reginald Denny. They were bricking him. One guy, and I saw it, shot him with a shotgun, and they never reported that. He had a sawed-off shotgun underneath a trench coat. He walked up right next to him and blasted him. And then another guy came up and threw a cinder block on his head. I almost puked when I saw that. That was live, and the liquor stores behind it burning. And that's that is what's coming. When enemy governments attack another government they don't like, they sneak the invaders in. Like if we were to try to sneak in invaders, we'd use rubber boats, submarines, very stealthy, to get a couple thousand in to start a coup or a war done by the CIA all over the world. It started from one of our 800 bases we have around the world. Is ridiculous. But anyway, I digress, Steve. What was I talking about?
You're getting sneaky with trying to start something in another country. You send your invaders in.
Oh, yeah.
We just open our
That's right. That's correct.
We just open our border and let everybody in.
Yeah, look what they did now. We have 30 million invaders just percolating, cooking in hatred of American culture. I was at the fantastic Reynolds Market here in Sydney, Montana. I wanted some head of cabbage. So I went into the market and I walked around the vegetable side, and here I see this lady from, I would say, Uganda or Nigeria. She was wearing a circuit dress. It was bright yellow, red bottom ribbon. She wore like a drum hat. I mean, she looked like right from the jungle of Africa somewhere, or somewhere down there, goofy. She's going through the cabbage. She's grabbing every one. She rolls them, touches them, squeezes them. And I mean, there's a pyramid of cabbage there. Oh, 50 of them. So I'm waiting for her to finish. She doesn't finish. She digs to the bottom. She touches every stinking cabbage in the pile. Excuse my my being frustrated. But I said, ma'am, I walked up to her and said, ma'am, do you really have to touch every cabbage to select one? You know, Steve, she didn't even look at me. And she just started laughing, this wicked smile. And to top it off, and, you know, I've talked enough, but to top it off, Steve, I came back 2 hours later because I forgot to get potatoes. There were 2 bags for $3, 5-pound bags. So I go over there to grab a bag, and I look, and there at the potatoes again, there's an Ethiopian guy, a skinny guy, really, really dark-skinned from the Congo, or from Ethiopia, I mean. And he's wearing this black long pants and kind of like a dress suit top. It's kind of like, it looked religious. It had fringe on it, silver fringe. The guy was skinny and his eyes were sunken in. You're not going to believe this, Steve. As I was standing there, he was standing in front of the cabbage. He did the same damn thing the other lady did. I couldn't believe it. I was in shock. I go, is this Twilight Zone? I watched him go through every doggone good-looking head of cabbage. He touched and squeezed every one. He poked and prodded it, and he dug down to the bottom again. You know what I did? I said, I'm gone, man. I don't want any more cabbage here. And before I get mad and say something to this creep, I am leaving. But anyway, Steve, I've talked enough. Thank you so much. And I will go back to listening because I love your regulars, and this is one of the most fantastic shows in America. I think this show is going to save America, Steve.
Well, I hope it does. Thank you. Klondike Mike, do appreciate. There you go. A true fan, right? Pass the word around. All right, coming up, undoubtedly, we'll get the take. Friday morning, we were discussing the massive explosion that had occurred just hours prior there at the Cape. And, of course, indeed, when the sun came up, the devastation was significant at that particular launch pad. They're definitely set behind. We'll get Philip's update there. Meanwhile, apparently over the weekend, from the International Space Station, it's plagued by a dangerous air leak, confirmed again by NASA last week, another instance of a recurring problem they thought they had resolved earlier this week. From the New York Post, quoting, the 27-year-old orbiting space station has been plagued with air leaks since 2019 in part of the station called the PRK module, a narrow transfer tunnel or vestibule on the Russian segment. Back in January, NASA announced the PRK module had finally reached a stable condition after multiple inspections and sealant applications. But the issue has returned. NASA confirmed a slow pressure drop in the module as Russian cosmonauts unloaded cargo. Unfortunately, the leak returned 3 weeks ago after a couple of sources reported this to ARS. NASA confirmed the issue, stating on May 1, after Russian cosmonauts unloaded cargo from the Progress 95 spacecraft, Roscosmos noted a slow pressure drop in the module. Teams performed data analysis, which indicated a loss of about 1 pound per day. Roscosmos allowed the pressure in the transfer tunnel to gradually decrease while monitoring the rate. The area now is being maintained at a lower pressure with small repressurizations as needed. They say there are no impacts to station operations. NASA and Roscosmos are coordinating on the next steps. Although there's no impact on astronauts aboard, nor any immediate concerns about the station's health, the returning leak issue, though, raises new questions about the long-term viability of the station. In the past, NASA's kind of downplayed the severity of the leak and the risks. Internally, there appears to be a greater concern, though. The space agency uses a 5x5 risk matrix to classify the likelihood and the consequences of risks to spaceflight activities. And the Russian leaks have been classified as a 5 on both high likelihood and high consequence. I mean, they say the potential for catastrophic failure is actually discussed in some of those internal meetings. We'll return.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
There we go, back on a Monday. I guess it's a fairly easy assumption that the Blue Origin's been set back weeks, if not many months, possibly. What do you say, Philip? Morning.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today? Yeah, they're behind the curve right now, and it's a lot worse than I thought when I talked to you on Friday. They did have a full load of fuel on that rocket there, buddy, and enough energy to cause a 2.4 or 2.0 scale Richter scale, like on earthquake.
Really?
Deal. Yes, sir. And then think about this, Steve. Right in the center of that ball of fire, 6,000 degrees is what they're estimating is what it was. So, I understand now why that one tower fell down. And to be quite honest, from the stuff that I've seen over the weekend, I think they're going to have to demo that other tower down because that's the only way they're going to be able to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's been put through so much heat cycle that you might as well just knock it down and start over from point A. I remember back in the day when we watched the shuttle, we used to see a lot of the pad that the shuttle worked off a pad. Everything was on a pad and it moved it with that big giant machine. But today, everything's on a transport erector and they just take it out there and flip it up and it's good to go. Starship is so big it can't do that with it. But it's a different deal now, and it got damaged a lot more than what we think, and it's pretty bad. It actually changed the stock market on Friday, believe it or not, Steve, with some of the stocks that were affiliated with space. Because you think this even changed the Artemis program, because Blue Origin's rover that was going up onto the moon and stuff, that was going to be the rocket that takes them. This explosion Thursday changed a lot of things in the game. It just changed a lot of things. It changed the way that the satellites are going to be brought up, everything. There was a lot of plans, a lot of contracts in the deal, and it changed all that. So, and Steve, your old Starliner we talked about it many times. Remember we talked about that one?
Yes, sir.
I think your old Starliner is done. NASA changed SpaceX's contracts to go to the space station, and Starliner was supposed to get 6 flights, and they cut that in half. They gave 3 flights to SpaceX, and then they gave SpaceX the optional 3 other flights, which would cover the 6. So unless they get it together and get another one up there, they're only going to have 3 flights at the very most, if they can do that, which I don't think they will. There's a lot of money involved. There's a lot of re-engineering, and a lot of things have got to happen to that capsule before they can get it up there. So I think the Starliner might be done.
So was that Blue Origin's?
Go ahead.
Was that Blue Origin's only pad there at the Cape? Was I understanding correctly? Like, that's the only one they have, and they're going to have to rebuild that to move forward?
Yes, that is the only completed pad that they had. Now, if you look at the pictures of the damage, now they've got these pictures floating out there of the damage and all that. If you look just to the north of that pad, you're going to see a Manus crane sitting there. And that crane is where the second pad is going to be built.
Okay.
They're doing just like SpaceX is doing. They're going to put a second pad in there in the mix of starting the preparation for the land, developing the land to get it ready to build on. They had just started that. They were going to upgrade their fueling platforms and all their ground service equipment as far as the fueling goes. They were getting ready to do that as well. But if you look, dude, you can see the fire. You can see the fire ring on that area there. It's bad. It's really bad. There's a water tower that they use for the deluge that's completely black because it got burnt so bad. They're going to have to go in and check that up. Who knows? They might have to knock that down.
I'm surprised it's actually still standing, honestly. But yet, let's pause. Newsbreak, a service of Industrial Injection. Once again, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Treasury Department sanctioned an Iranian agency for attempting to control the Strait of Hormuz.
Officials said the newly formed Persian Gulf Strait Authority is a new attempt by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to monetize its campaign of state-sponsored terror by extorting vessels transiting the strait. The IRGC has restricted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz since the beginning of the conflict in February. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Ukraine has intensified strikes on Russian energy facilities, with officials reporting damage in the Rostov and Saratov regions. Kiev says the attacks target infrastructure funding Russia's war, while denying Russian claims that a Ukrainian drone struck a nuclear plant. Google is seeking approval to release up to 32 million sterile mosquitoes in California and Florida under its debug program to help reduce disease-carrying populations. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Ah, yes, indeed. Who said the greatest day of the week? Yeah, back to the old grind. Back in the saddle again. Hello, Gary Montgomery. Appreciate you joining us. I guess about an hour ago. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the greatest day of the week. Late to the party, but we're here. 60 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Had a nice day. Nice day in store for Monday. Got some grass cut, got some pressure washing in the driveway, and the sidewalk done. Alrighty, snuggle up to whomever or whatever and keep it between the spotted and the solid. Good deal. Yeah, I got to cut the grass too. I got to take care of mine and Steven's over the weekend. Oh, the thrill. He's got the big yard, but at least I can sit down on the John Deere to take care of his. By the way, they did safely make it back from their Caribbean cruise, celebrating 15 years. So they actually made the drive to New Orleans, drove it straight through. They got off the ship there Saturday morning. I'm guessing 8:30, 9, something. They got home by like 11 o'clock at night. I guess that's hauling ass back to the home 20. But now it's back to work for him today. All right, welcome back, Philip.
Yeah, man, congratulations on that 15 years, man. I know next month to be 38 for me. So it's going to be a bit there. You know how that is.
Right.
And, shoot, Steve, I couldn't mow yesterday because we had storms running through because we got tropical moisture coming up. That's something we're going to be hearing a lot of here lately. And guess what today is?
Hurricane season.
June 1st. All right, so now it is time to freak out and go to Sam's and buy every bit of water and toilet paper and paper towel that we can possibly fit in a Navigator or any kind of large-size SUV. That's what today is today, folks.
Oh, boy.
We are going to go down and we're going to make Walmart very rich because we're going to buy 25 cases of water. We're going to buy all the paper towel and all the toilet paper that we can find so we're ready when that thing comes. Now, here's my take on it. Are we going to have storms this season? Yes. If we have major ones, they're going to be major. I mean, we're talking Melissa stuff like we saw last year with Jamaica. Now, there's a lot of emphasis on the bottom half of Florida, like Andrew type things. It is what it is. You get what you get. That's the way it is in the hurricane season, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to sit back and see how it plays out. I mean, even Captain Ron can tell you it can get a little brutal, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to be careful. Just make sure you got your water. Make sure you got your stuff. Technically, we're supposed to have that stuff right now, but I know how people are like me. I mean, I live paycheck to paycheck, and there's a lot of us out there to do it. It is what it is. You got to get it when you can get it, when you can afford it. And I understand that. Buy a case today, buy a case next week, whatever. I get it. Buy you some canned food if you need to. Make sure you got the generator. It doesn't matter if it's an inverter or not. I know the inverter is the hot way to go, and I think Pappy talked about that inverter generator. It is the cat's meow, easier on the electronics. But just get your stuff in order and make sure that when you do go through a hurricane, more people get killed in the aftermath than they do during the hurricane, believe it or not, Steve, and it's because they get stupid with generators and chainsaws. And just make sure you know your equipment, know what you got to do, and you'll be safe about it. You'll be good, But Jamaica's still coming back from Melissa last year, even like 7-8 months after it. They're still putting things back together. And, hey, Steve, on these wars, is it we're going to solve the war with a nuclear weapon, which we went over there initially to stop them having? Is that what I'm kind of hearing in this rhetoric about what's going on right now? Was that what was said earlier?
It was a report from about a month ago. Remember the reporters were bombarding with President Trump saying, would you nuke Iran? Would you nuke Iran? So it's kind of like an old story, but no, the president said clearly he would not nuke Iran.
They all know that. I mean, you look at even Putin, with Ukraine. He's using the hypersonic missiles. But if you notice, he's using a hypersonic missile with regular ordnance on it. That does nothing, no nuclear ordnance whatsoever. Because they know the second you let one of those off, it's going to pull everybody's gun out of the holster. I mean, come on. We know what it is. And I really think, Steve, to be quite honest, today's war is not a war about nuclear weapons. Today's war is an urban warfare. And we need to all be on our six, as Pappy would say, and watch out what's going on around us. Because what your previous caller said about the instigators, it's true. Today's war in America is urban warfare. It's not the warfare with nukes and all that kind of stuff. No, it's more urban now. I mean, went down in some cities have come back. I mean, what is the deal in California now with LA about the mayor's race? Because the primary thing they want to talk about is people's public safety, is the primary thing that's on their agenda and their ballots. Why would we have something like that? So, food for thought. What do you think, buddy? What do you think? You think it's getting rough out there in urban-wise?
Yeah, I think what we're witnessing now with the protests there, and it's the paid agitators at it again. Yeah, same old folks year after year, just back in a new location. But I bet half these people that are protesting now were the same people in Minneapolis 6 months ago.
I bet you so, too. And they're paid by you-know-who, and I'm not going to mention any names. There's no need to mention that mess, and we're not going to. And it's, but the government knows what's going on. I mean, if you think the CIA can spy on countries, I'm pretty sure that they've got folks that can spy on a lot of us that are out there. I mean, that gentleman talked about cameras. Steve, when you walk out of your house, you're on a camera. I don't care what anybody says. And technically, if you wanted to get right down to the brass tacks about it, you're in your house, even though if all these people like all this technology, right? They like putting cameras in their house. They like putting cameras outside their house, all this stuff. Well, don't you know that somebody can look at that stuff without your acknowledgement of it and you not even know it? I mean, it can happen. I mean, think about it. You could look, if you're smart enough to hack into a system, you're smart enough to hack into a semi that's got a front-facing camera going down Interstate 4 right now, close to John Young Parkway. Now, you think about that, Steve, and that's scary stuff. Now, what you think about that?
Yes, sir.
Everybody wants to get technology. But let me tell you what, there is a point that you got to say enough is enough. Now, do I want it in my house? Absolutely not. Maybe on the outside, but not on the inside. You know what I mean? There's nothing that I want anybody to see on the inside of my house, and I don't need to be checking up on my wife and my kids. Okay? If you've got insecurities like that, you don't need to be in your house. You know what I mean? And that's the way America has turned. So technically, we got satellites that will look inside your house while you're taking your bath. Okay? Don't think there isn't out there. It's out there. And by the way, why are the Russians moving their satellites, Steve? Did you hear about that? The Russians are moving their satellites?
I did not catch that.
Okay, so the Russians are moving their satellites because the Ukrainians are using certain services, which I'm not going to mention the names of, their satellites. They're moving their satellites closer to these other folks so they can get on their satellite, see what they're looking at. Ukraine is using satellite service to do their reconnaissance. So what's Russia doing? They're moving the satellites around the ones that the Ukrainians are using. And that's what's happening now. I mean, it's fact. It's going out there. I mean, it's out there. It doesn't matter what's going on, who's got where or how. If your buddy wants to see what's going on, they can move it to where anywhere. So don't always think that you're secure when you're inside your walls of your house, because sometimes you might not be. I mean, they throw the infrared on there. They can see all the way through your cinder block house. So it is what it is. I ain't trying to scare nobody, but it is what it is. Y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me, bro.
All righty. Philip, have a great day. Thank you for checking in here on a early Monday. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, when check the headlines in the morning. Yeah, with these, speaking of the agitators, the protesters there at Delaney Hall, where they have now implemented it's a 9 p.m. curfew. Now, I guess that curfew time rolled around this past evening. Supposedly, we had a massive number of police rushing toward the anti-ICE protesters with the full riot gear. many on the mounted patrol, on the horses involved as well. And they, all these officers with a ton of zip ties to arrest protesters defying the curfew. I'd be curious to see how many maybe actually ended up in jail defying the curfew this past evening, which supposedly will remain in place, they tell us, for the foreseeable future. Hey, speaking of the Grump, we'll check in with the Grump in 2.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
So just like that, another weekend in the rearview mirror. What's going on, Grump? Happy Monday.
Well, happy Monday. Yeah, just watching this storm. I'm about 75 miles east of Kansas City, and man, I'm telling you what, it's been one hell of a light show. It's really been moving in fast. But these storms seem like they're high, man. I mean, really high. You know, they just looking at the lightning and the clouds. I mean, they are way up in the sky. I don't know what the ceiling is.
Mm-hmm.
The ceiling height on these storms are, but damn, they're up there. You know, I listened to Eagle when he was talking about that he had heard something that, you know, Trump said, you know, about nuclear weapons and stuff like that. He opened his mouth once about wiping out a complete civilization. You know, he had that posted on X, and, you know, he could wipe out a complete civilization. And, you know, a lot of reporters ran with that, and they asked him about that, and he said, no, it'd be stupid to use nuclear weapons and stuff like, you know, on that. You know, believe it or not, the President of the United States does not have the authority to use nuclear weapons without the declaration of war. And, you know, it would be especially like something like that in an offensive manner. Now, you know, he has the authority to respond through a retaliatory strikes or something like that, you know, in defensive mode if somebody was to, if NORAD was to pick up a nuke and, you know, or inbound of some sort and saying, well, hell, you know, but they've had them scenarios before where the computers went nuts and, you know, and thought they were inbounds coming in, and they pretty quickly, you know, get confirmation from things. I mean, they get AWACS in the air, and their massive dome up there on top of that, you know, that 707 that's flying around. They can do a lot of communication with different, you know, radar systems and things to pick up exactly what's going on, and don't think for a second they wouldn't be on the phone with whatever country it was, and trying to get confirmation on that. And mutual destruction has been a deterrent for everybody, because we have 3 nuclear subs that's usually operating in the North Sea all the time. That can hit over 200 cities with nuclear weapons just off them 3 subs. And just a matter of a blink. I mean, with the cruise missiles and the warheads that have multiple warheads on them that can hit several different targets at one time. So I spent a lifetime in the damn military, it seems like, but that's always been confirmed knowledge, is that you don't launch nuclear weapons on us, because we'll launch them back, and then who's going to win? Nobody.
Right.
The only person that's going to win is the people that crawls out of the holes at the end of the war. And right now he's trying to get this deal done, and I don't think he's ever going to get any kind of a deal done. He may get some half-assed deal done, but what gets me about this whole thing is they come right out the other day and they mentioned the fact, and this was Trump and his cabinet and a couple of different people. I think Hicks even said something about it, that they were wanting them to team up with the IAEA and dig in some of those sites that was destroyed back in last June, in order to find that 900 pounds of enriched uranium. And these were all enrichment sites that they hit, number one. And they can track this stuff. Philip's talking about seeing in your house. Hell, they can track anything nuclear. I mean, they actually have the capability of picking up that nuclear signature, anything at all that where they're enriching things. That's how they know, with these satellites, where in the hell everything is. And it just, they know damn well that they're not going to do anything with this. I mean, they keep going back over and over and over, and not rehashing the fact that Hezbollah is still in Lebanon fighting Israel, but Israel's pushed further up in there, and they keep them out of the negotiation process, and I don't even know why Trump is even listening to these fools, number one, without saying, there's not going to be a conversation about it, launch another, attack on any ships, or anything in the Gulf, and we're going to start hitting every infrastructure and cargo island and everything else that makes you a country. And but you toe a fine line, because there's so many dissidents and so many people in Iran that cannot stand that government that they have, and the president or prime minister, whatever the hell he is. I saw where he resigned today, just out of I guess so much negativity that's around his staff and everything else, that he just he pulled the plug on it today and said, "The hell with it, I'm done." So we got different opportunities here, of keeping this going, to the fact that the people are going to get sick of it. The military's going to get sick of it. They haven't been paid in 12 weeks or whatever it is, and so they're basically living off of water and whatever. They're all going to get sick of it before long, and they're going to have to cave in and in order to appease the people, they're going to have to cave in and capitulate to the United States and say, we're going to do this and this and this, in order just to get the country back on its feet, so to speak. And at this point in time, I don't think any of the players that's involved in this actually give a rat's rear about the military standing that they had or that they have. They're looking more at survival, and they're looking more at having a civilization, that's going to be back among the modern cities. And we've been pretty good with the surgical strikes and stuff, where they've taken out a lot of the the military infrastructure and the bases and the launchers and different things that can wreak a little havoc on, here and there. So they've been pretty lucky on that. That's one thing that we've always been very good at, is the surgical strikes that we can perform with the GPS and everything right now that it's hard to say who all's on the ground there. I know damn well we probably got, combat controllers. We got, other people that's on the ground that's they're capable right now of directing any kind of airstrikes. There's a reason why them, in the first Gulf War that missiles and stuff was going down air vents, because somebody was there painting those targets, with a laser identifier. And that's, we still use those today. A lot of it is used on, the old pave tack systems and stuff like that, where the planes, they can lock on, even AWACS can bounce a signal off of something and a missile will follow that in. So they know our capabilities. They know that we're not going to, mess around with them much longer. And this is more harassment fire on a last-ditch effort than it is anything else. So, but for them to just say, we're going to agree to everything, no, it ain't going to happen. And the only way it would happen is to get rid of that ruling bunch of ayatollahs that are, and are, clerics and that radical bunch of idiots that are still, holding on to whatever little power that they have. So that's the name of that game. But if you look at what's going on in this country right here with all these protests and all this other garbage, there's no rhyme nor reason about it. These people don't give a damn about anybody that's crossing the border. This is what they come out of their basements for. And if you look at the people that is doing it, they're pathetic. They are really pathetic. They, you see some 300-pound damn woman with a pair of leotards with a freaking helmet on and combat boots, and you're thinking, really, you're
right. Yeah, hold the thought there. Yeah, I guess the tornado sirens going off in Kansas City. Yeah, at this hour. Yeah, they said they hit 74-mile-an-hour confirmed winds at the airport there, but that is an active warning as we speak. More to come. First, a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They're very tough negotiators. It takes a long time.
The Treasury Department sanctioned an Iranian agency for attempting to control the Strait of Hormuz.
Officials said the newly formed Persian Gulf Strait Authority is a new attempt by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to monetize its campaign of state-sponsored terror by extorting vessels transiting the strait. The IRGC has restricted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz since the beginning of the conflict in February. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Former AG Pam Bondi is defending the Epstein file releases.
Former Attorney General Pam Bondi told the House Oversight Committee that the Justice Department made what she called an unprecedented effort to collect and release materials tied to the Jeffrey Epstein case. In prepared remarks, Bondi said nearly 3 million pages of documents, along with videos and images, were reviewed across multiple administrations. She defended the process as thorough, though acknowledged there were some redaction errors. Bondi also emphasized that the DOJ aimed to maximize transparency and remains prepared to investigate any credible evidence of wrongdoing. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Former Vice President Mike Pence says President Trump's second administration has departed from the conservative agenda.
Pence tells NBC's Meet the Press he'd like to see Republicans get back to running on conservative principles again.
I think Republicans would do well to take some time to reflect on what we believe again and take that message to the American people.
The former vice president also took aim at President Trump's so-called anti-weaponization fund, calling it deeply offensive and a bad idea.
It's a bad idea from the start. I would encourage him and Trish just to drop it.
That nearly $1.8 billion fund was announced by the Justice Department as part of the president's settlement with the IRS. It's been temporarily blocked by a federal judge. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Google is seeking approval to release up to 32 million sterile mosquitoes in California and Florida under its debug program to help reduce disease-carrying populations. Southern California voters have several options when it comes to casting ballots on Tuesday's primary election.
500 more vote centers have opened in Los Angeles County this weekend, more than 200 each in San Diego and Orange counties. The centers will be open daily from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. for in-person voting, voter registration, and vote-by-mail ballot returns. On Election Day Tuesday, the centers will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'm Sharon Reardon.
The Denver Broncos have completed the formal agreement with the Colorado Department of Transportation to purchase land in Denver for their new stadium.
The closing on the purchase of Burnham Yard is expected in the fall. The 58-acre decommissioned rail yard will feature the new NFL stadium with a retractable roof, as well as spaces for shops, restaurants, entertainment venues, housing, and offices. The Broncos are also planning for it to be a multimodal transportation hub. The team is optimistic about keeping the project on track for completion in 2031, pending agreements with Denver Water and other public-private transactions. I'm Sam Speck.
A meteor streaking over New England produced a sonic boom across Massachusetts. The fireball was moving around 75,000 miles per hour, fragmented roughly 40 miles above northeast Massachusetts and southeastern New Hampshire, releasing energy equal to around 300 tons of TNT. No damage or injuries were reported. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
This is Denny Gillum, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
There we go. So our friends on the West Coast, welcome into the first day of June. There you go, as we cross over the midnight hour there. Yeah, 3:06 Eastern, 12:06 West Coast. And Plowboy did check in during the break right there in the middle of it. He said, hey, tell Grump I'm at the Ford Claycomo. This is a bad storm. Lightning that won't quit. Thunder like the 4th of July mortars at M1000 level. Construction flooding, barrels floating, high wind and hail. I'm exit 15 off I-35 just north of Kansas City. Troop A working busy, accidents all over, trees down. Tell everybody be safe out there. And that's, of course, he's 2 a.m. Central Time. Yeah, meanwhile, they did have that tornado warn to sell for Kansas City Direct a few minutes ago. That continues till about 15 after, but radar indicated. Welcome back, Grump.
Yeah, it's coming up on me pretty quick here. I just on the break, and when you was talking, I had to punch through a damn cell that just kind of, I missed it. I didn't see it coming up, beside me there, but it was, with all the lightning and everything. But man, when it hit with a vengeance. I'm right at 80,000 pounds, and it was bouncing this damn truck around. Of course, I'm on a 2-lane road too, so it's, it was bouncing around pretty good. But yeah, they've got a couple of cells there I was looking at right there on Kansas City there, where they had a couple of tornado cells popping up, and that's I don't know. This is a weird storm. I haven't seen one this intense with the high ceiling and the way the lightning is just it's just unbelievable. I mean, it just all over. It doesn't even stop. I mean, I saw one bolt that started way over in the western sky, and it just looked like it just kept going east. So I don't know. It might be over in St. Louis by now. Hell, I don't know. But yeah, it's I don't know why in the world that we're still allowing these governors to run roughshod over ice. It seems to me like the supremacy clause is going to should stop a lot of that, and they should be able to slap some conspiracy to charges on them as far as even obstruction of justice charges, because they've got active warrants on a lot of these people, and these damn everybody from the federal from the state level judges to governors is blocking these damn warrants from being issued. I mean, these people are coming right out of court and right back out on the street, and it just seems to me like, that we ought to be able to, or not we, but the feds should be able to step in and halt, perp walk a couple of these damn judges and stuff, or governors because of how they're handling this. It's just I've never in my life seen a group like what we have now, Steve, that roots for the other guy to win. The people that are the anarchists, the people that can't stand the Constitution, they can't stand the rule of law, they can't stand closed borders. It seems like they want to see the demise of this country. Like they think for some reason that if that happens, they're going to come out on top, and they're going to be the ones that will have a say in the matter. But I got news for them. They operate in blue states for a reason, because if they went to a damn red state and pulled the crap that they do, they'd get their neck broke. I mean, that's a fact. They're not going to come in my state here and operate like that, because number one, our highway patrol, Missouri Highway Patrol, they don't put up with crap from nobody. I mean, look at Arkansas. That's another place down there that is notorious for Arkansas. If you run from them, a high-speed chase, they'll run you to death. They don't give a damn. And this is allowed to fester, through idiots like Tim Walz and people like that has, for whatever reason, profited from this group of idiots that are doing what they're doing. I have nothing to do with Minneapolis or anywhere like it. We got stores there that, it pays super good. I've been offered damn good money to go haul something up there. I don't need it. I don't, number one, I don't need to go to prison because if somebody was to jump on the front of my truck or something like that, they'd come up with lead poisoning pretty damn quick. I'm not going to play that game with anybody. I mean, my life is, my wife depends on me, since to make a living for us. And I'll be damned if I'm going to allow some idiot that is nothing but a troublemaker, some anarchist, just to dictate how, my life or anybody else's life around me. I'm not going to play that game with them. So it's just the way it is, man. Like I said, they operate in blue states for a reason. And, getting back to these nuclear weapons and stuff like that. We have tactical nuclear weapons all over the place. That your caller there, what was it?
Philip.
Mike, when he was talking.
Klondike Mike. Yes.
Yeah, there you go. He was talking. Congratulations to his granddaughter or great granddaughter now. But when we operate in probably, we got 757 bases, something like that, operating in 77 countries all over the world. And, some of these locations, we have a lot of tactical equipment there. I mean, even then, if say Russia was to use some kind of tactical weapon against us, some kind of tactical nuke against us, it would take damn near an act of Congress to get authorization to use the same or a greater force than what was achieved, what was applied to us. I mean, it's always been like that. We've always been the people that's probably why we have so many damn bases in so many countries like this. It's not just for their protection, but it's also strategically locations that of course, these idiots are going to be tracking everything and know exactly where our bases are, but are they going to be able to respond to every one of them? I don't think so. I spent a great deal of time in Europe, European theater during the Cold War, and it seemed like every month, when Reagan took over, we were going through NATO TACI valves and things like that, where our readiness was to be elevated because of that just that little slim possibility that things could go south really quick. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've, walked around the damn SR-71, parked out on a ramp, but just got back from a reconnaissance run, or the U-2, or, some of the bombers that we had. But they had a lot of aircraft that we had over there, like the F-111. They declassified it as a fighter, but it was actually a bomber. I mean, That thing could get stuff done pretty quick. And they were just amazing planes, and that buildup over there is what crumbled, the Soviet Union. And Reagan knew that, but it just seems like today our politicians just don't get it. They just, the Democrats just don't get it. I've never seen a bunch in my life that has to say no to just anything and everything. Tax cuts, no, people don't need them. No tax on tips, no, we need that money. And people will still vote for these morons because why? Because they're not Trump. They've somehow convinced so many people that Trump is the great Satan. And when you look at the midterms, how everything's coming up right now, there's 218 seats. I think what the Republicans control. And when you look at everything that's out there right now, I mean, firm, but everything that's out there on, coming up for, the primaries. Well, the primaries has already passed, but during the midterms, 18 seats is really up for grabs. When you look at what the Democrats have and what the Republicans have, firm hold on these seats, about 18 seats is up for grab. And yes, that's enough to topple things over from one direction to another. But the more I look at it, the more I'm kind of thinking that the Republicans are probably going to retain the House on this. I mean, you got so many damn Democrats right now that are changing their stance on so much. That they're recognizing. Look what old cue ball up in Booker. Look what he was talking about. Out of New Jersey. That maybe the Democrats didn't have the right message. Well, hell, do you think? When you're letting men walk in women's dressing rooms and bathrooms and stuff like that, do you think that's the right message to send out to people? When you've got, less than 2% of the population that is in the LGBT community and doing this trans crap, and all this, hell, they don't need to be going into women's bathrooms. They need to be going into psychiatric treatment. I mean, that's the damn way it is. I mean, these people are trying to convince. I go to a truck stop up here, and and I was standing there in line. One of that has a transgender in there, and it's a guy, dressed up like a woman, and said, hey, opened up another cash register and said, "Come here, sweetie," and dude, I went off on him. I said, I said, you call me sweetie again, I'll show you you'll get a man-size ass whooping here, dude. I said, you can dress up like 10 women if you want to, but you ain't fooling nobody but your damn self. I said, I don't care. Well, then he wouldn't wait on me, which is fine. I didn't want to, deal with that. But the hell with that noise. It's just that's just the way it is. I just don't, I'm not going to participate in that lie. If he wants to convince himself that he's a woman, and that's fine. But if he'd have walked in the bathroom that my wife was in, or my niece, or somebody like that was in, by God, I'd be the next person through the door, and he wouldn't be a happy camper when I got through it. Is that, that ain't going to happen. I mean, we just allow this crap to happen like it's no big deal. Look at Tim Walz and all them. Wanted a holiday for your sexual gender. How damn stupid is that? I mean, they don't want to celebrate Veterans Day and stuff like that. They somehow think that we're all warmongers and crap like that. Just stupid stuff. But yet they want to celebrate somebody's sexuality or their gender. It's absolutely asinine. And then they think that they're going to win the next election off of this, when they still believe in this garbage. I just can't see it happening, not for a second. But anyway, that's kind of my thoughts on that situation tonight. I don't know. You got anything on the trucking side you want to raise hell about here, buddy?
Well, what all did we have?
Well, I know we talked. We've been talking a little bit about that. Well, that bill that was passed, or try to get
moving
passed,
forward. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
and I guess they've added an amendment for 91,000-pound trucks.
So, my thought on that is they want to extend They want extended trailers. They want to add weight. They want us hauling 2 loads and getting paid for one of the damn things. Why? Who's it going to benefit? I mean, if you look at the roads and the, the highways and the bridges and the infrastructure that we have right now, they can add all the axles they want to add, but it's not helping the highway system. And I don't know of too many people right now that is cheering that on, saying, yeah, let's throw more weight on here. I got nearly 80,000 pounds on here, Steve, right now of beef. And it's that's what my gross weight is. And it just, I don't know. I still get, after watching that one report from 60 Minutes about all the bridges and the failures and stuff like that that's happening in the United States, and how many substandard bridges we have that everyday traffic's allowed to cross. Every time I cross a bridge this heavy, I'm like, well, am I going to be in the damn creek tonight or what? One of these things, So I don't see that this is ever going to pass, but, why are they pushing it? Who knows? It sounds to me more like the shippers and people like that, or maybe the brokers also are wanting something like this so that they can get a little bit more money on it. But it's not going to help the average truck driver, not one damn bit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe companies and some of these big bottom feeder companies that we're plagued with. Maybe some of them guys is begging for this so that they can get more money on their storage trailers and stuff like that. You can go to any lot, any big place, say Procter and Gamble or something like that, and you see all these damn big bottom feeder companies that has hundreds of trailers that are sitting out there. Ever since we went into just-in-time freight, this is what happens. They limit the amount of storage facilities or storage space because they can throw it on a damn trailer and let it sit out there, and until they get the order for it, and then they can bring it in and pull it off that trailer and put it on whatever trailer it needs to be on. And, we're still feeling the effects of that. Just-in-time freight was one of the stupidest things that I've ever seen in my life. And I don't know. I just don't see up at the weights too much. Maybe in targeted areas they will, but, what are they going to do on the permits and stuff like that? I mean, we're paying about $2,300 a year right now for tags and, license and permits and everything, just on a 48. And what are they going to bump it up to? How much more money is it going to be involved in it? To me, this is nothing but a money grab from big business and a lot of the politicians that's getting massive damn, campaign contributions from those big businesses. So, I don't know who's doing it, whether it's the Republicans or the Democrats, but, who's pushing this through. But whoever it is, they're idiots. They need to concentrate more on getting these bad truck drivers off the damn highways, getting rid of so much of this junk freight that's out here right now. Any given day, you look at the freight system, you got, one load board will have over 300,000 loads on it, and you got, 160, 170,000 trucks fighting for those higher paying loads, and the rest of it sitting. There's a lot of issues that we have to go through in this industry and in this country to fix what's broke now, and adding more layers of bureaucracy and more layers of regulation and complete revamping the trucking industry for more weight and longer trailers. I don't think that's anywhere near the answer. Not when we still look at it, Steve, and we're still saying, well, we're hauling about 92% of about 72% of everything that hits the store shelves arrived on a truck. You still got about 28% of the rail that's moving stuff, but I don't know. Maybe they need to up it on the rail and not, and leave us alone. I mean, I think they're asking for trouble. I really do. I mean, it's hard as hell now in wet weather like what's going on right now to stop a 80,000 pound, truck. You just don't stop one on a dime when they up at the 97,000 or whatever. And I've hauled heavy loads over the years, man. I mean, hoppers, stuff. I've owned several hopper trailers, and you get out and hauling grain and stuff like that. Hell, sometimes you're over 100,000 pounds, and of course you're paying the permits on it. But I just don't like doing it. I don't want them to do it. So we'll see what OIDA has to say about it, but I'm sure it'll be in the Landline magazine.
Any advice for Buckeye Boy? I mean, did you hear his insurance rate? I think he's got three trucks, but they're jumping him from 40 to 80,000 a year, and he's been trying to find a better rate, but I think he's got 2 days left, and he'll lapse if he doesn't find something else. How do you go from 40 to 80 grand?
That's how do you justify that? Doubling the insurance rates, and everything. If he's got good driving records and stuff like that, and don't have a lot of claims, first I'd like to know why, that they're wanting to jump his up like that. Secondly, I would damn sure be looking at, even if I was running my own authority, would be trying to lease on to somebody to get that down. I mean, if that happened, that if that's the best they can do is $80,000, man, that's a chunk of change. You'd have to look and see exactly what your profit loss statements are on, at the end of the month, whether or not that's justifiable or not. Right now, I don't see it. I figured, since the way things have been going in the freight industry, hell, they've lowered a lot of our freight rates, and that's usually what happens. When fuel prices jump through the roof and people are begging for fuel surcharges, well, the first thing that happens is we'll give you that fuel surcharge, but the line haul rate just suddenly drops down. But as far as that insurance, man, that's absolutely crazy. There's I don't know. I'd be checking every damn insurance company that I could possibly find and looking for whatever whatever safeguards or whatever they're asking right then, for any extended safety measures that you can do to the vehicles and stuff like that. If he's got a bad driver and one of them that's had a huge ticket, it could affect the whole line because, or it could affect the other two trucks, or anything like that. I know right now construction insurance companies are pounding the hell out of drivers in construction zones, because of the massive fines and the points on their license and stuff like that. And we've had guys that they got booted. I mean, seriously, they just told them bye, getting some pretty good tickets in construction zones. And I'm talking, 3 to 5 mile an hour over the, posted speed limit. It's sent in and they like, dude, we can't have our rates going up because of you. Bye, have a good night. But he's damn sure going to have to shop around a little bit on this. And if he's got a few days, I'm not sure that I wouldn't be pulling some trucks or something, and finding a carrier to, that would take care of that rate there, and stuff. Cause,
right.
Whatever you're going to lose on that, 40,000, right now, it might be worth, the protections of leasing on to a carrier that, I've always I've had my own authority, but I've always made more money leased to carriers because of that very reason. And, right now I'm running about $280 a mile on all miles, which, some guys say, oh, hell, that's bad. No, it ain't. No, not when I'm home every weekend usually, and or I could be home every day if I wanted to and still make that kind of money. But, good luck to him. That's a hell of a chunk of change, brother.
No doubt. Well, with that, thank you very much, Grump, on a Monday. That'll bring us to a news break. Service of industrial injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Treasury Department sanctioned an Iranian agency for attempting to control the Strait of Hormuz.
Officials said the newly formed Persian Gulf Strait Authority is a new attempt by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to monetize its campaign of state-sponsored terror by extorting vessels transiting the strait. The IRGC has restricted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz since the beginning of the conflict in February. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Ukraine has intensified strikes on Russian energy facilities, with officials reporting damage in the Rostov and Saratov regions. Kiev says the attacks target infrastructure funding Russia's war, while denying Russian claims that a Ukrainian drone struck a nuclear plant. Google is seeking approval to release up to 32 million sterile mosquitoes in California and Florida under its debug program to help reduce disease-carrying populations. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, back at it here at 844-844-3388. The greatest day of the week? I don't know. It's a Monday. And you started your week off on the stormy side. What's going on, Plowboy?
It's not worth a damn up here, Steve. You remember here a few months ago, I was whining and complaining we weren't going to have enough moisture to plant and all this. Well, I was severely wrong. Damn, was I wrong. I mean, we've probably had hour and a half, right about probably an hour and a half of this crap up here. I mean, just pour down. You couldn't see your hands on your face. And like Grump said, lightning from side to side to the other side.
Yeah, right.
Horizon to horizon. And I mean, it's still doing it. And, but I'm about ready to get off here in about 30 minutes. I'm at grow gills to get to my damn pickup.
So did you have the sirens going off a little less than an hour ago? I saw you had a tornado warned cell there right in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they threw us all in a bunker. I ain't afraid of them. Hell, it wouldn't be the first damn time I seen one. High winds and all that, but it just the dang lightning is what was bothering me because opening these trailers. Yeah, that's not a fun time, especially these damn OC boxes and all this crap.
Right.
Yeah, Grump, if you can ease down a little bit, I mean, you'd be well worth your time because it's yeah. I just heard down someplace over here at the plant, I ain't seen it yet. Some places it flooded pretty good, so there you are. And I'm, like I said, 15 miles north of downtown.
Hey, the transit right here.
Talk about Buck Hodge. I mean, I just did mathematics. That's $26,000 a year for his damn insurance. To almost 22 and a half a month per truck. This is getting the evil, Steve. And that's, I think, is at $1 million a truck that we still are under. What the hell is it going to happen if Cory Booker? You had a caller there the other night was touting $5 million in insurance per truck. Now, do the tickle on your calculator. What in the hell would that be, Steve?
Right.
That would be something nobody could ever afford.
That'd be when he's shutting down his trucking operation, finding a new line of work.
Mm-hmm. And even some of these other companies, I ain't going to say talking for anybody, but some of these companies have got a couple, 200 or 300 trucks, like that gentleman that you were just talking to. You're starting to tread on pretty hard water. And the American consumer, they're not going to be able to eat that big nut. That's going to push the price of the groceries through the damn roof. But thinking about that, I don't know where to go to it, but I'll give you a homework assignment when you get off nothing doing. I'm just curious, what in the hell is the insurance bills on these non-driving, these autonomous trucks? What in the hell are they paying? Are they all under one blanket formula, like Schneider and all these big cat companies, or per truck is it in a trial basis?
Good question.
Are you with me on that?
Good question. I'd have to do some homework on that. Are they saving money? Yeah, by not having an actual driver? It's
just that because if you look at it right, you've heard all of us call in. I had a sensor go out. The camera went out. We've heard Ford's had recall their damn cameras going out. And every one of them was on one of them autonomous pieces of garbage. Every one of them's got multiple cameras. But now, another topic you and Grumpy was talking about, we floated this issue years ago when we had some trailers that were set to run, and there's still a few of them still running. And that's a spread axle refrigerator, spread axle hopper, whatever, spread axle, 10-2 spread. We could carry a 40,000 on the trailer, 34 on the drives, 13,000 on steer axle. And Todd Spencer laughed at me and a couple, 2 or 3 others out of the office. He said, "We'll never back you on that one." He said, "Because the drivers do not get paid for what they're." I said, "Well, we could get it out of the Northwest shippers at that time." He said, "But yeah, y'all may be able to. But as far as getting the company drivers paid for that," he said, "the companies just stick it in their pocket." And I'm starting to shake my head. And yeah, I see where he was right about that. But no, but there was another fine story that you were also talking about that kind of got me griped out. Is Sean Duffy going to go over all these damn bus drivers now, since we had that unfortunate catastrophe?
Undoubtedly, they're going to be. I mean, they're going to be looking into the English proficiency. The bus drivers, they're under the same rules.
Right. See, we've been talking about this quite a long little while, because I've talked about these, especially them out in Mexico. Hell, they were hauling them damn people back and forth to Vegas. They couldn't speak like them English. And we've seen, this is not the first bus accident we've had. And I wish the heck they would just go down the level. I mean, not stop at the 26, not stop at the buses. I mean, Steve, go clear down to your little bitty Sprinter vans that, well, I'm trying to be light when I say this. Your little Sprinter vans, your little box trucks, kind of like what Maniac drove back in the day when he was still around and with us and raising hell. And your little DHL vans. There's a bunch of them come up here, Steve, and they don't even know what we're saying. I mean, we lose them. We have, and I mean, it's kind of a joke in a way. It's kind of like I heard a damn bunch of cats getting where they were at, and I mean, it will not stay. They've shut us down numerous of times because of that, but it just, I don't know. I wish we can, maybe everything would be better to ride, but all you're going to hear, but is, we can't afford it. Well, we can't afford to have them. But one last thing, Steve. Are we going to have a 4th of July celebration in D.C.?
Boy, yes. Why do you ask?
Have you seen how many of these damn dumbass
Right, yeah, right. Maybe they'll cancel that particular concert, but yeah, most of them has been no longer significant. Who wants to see Milli Vanilli or Vanilla Ice?
Yeah, well, I hear one of them died today, one of the Commodores or something like that. One of them passed. So I heard that a little bit ago. Then got Martina McBride. She pulled out. And she had the class song I figured would have been the one that President Trump would want like. And I hope the hell Sean Hannity kicks her tail to the curb. And that's that Martina McBride Independence Day. And he was always open his radio show with that.
Well, yeah. Would she go off the deep end or something?
Yes, sir. She pulled out of it. Damn right she did. And I didn't know she was on the left, but she is, unfortunately. But, well, I better get back to work. I got a few things I got to tidy up. So.
Tie it up, and you'll be wrapping up here in a matter of minutes, right? All right, negotiations between the U.S. Postal Service and the union representing the largest group of letter carriers on a new collective bargaining agreement have now entered a 60-day mandatory mediation period after the current contract expired Friday. Representatives of the National Association of Letter Carriers and the Postal Service unable to finalize a deal during talks in Washington. According to the press release, the existing contract will remain in effect until a new negotiated or arbitrated agreement takes effect. The National Association of Letter Carriers represents 295,000 current and retired delivery workers. So if no agreements reached during the legally mandated mediation, unresolved issues would then be addressed through an arbitration process, which could result in a final and binding decision. The parties will select a neutral arbiter to chair an arbitration board that would also include one management and one union arbitrator. While good faith bargaining with our counterparts from the Postal Service has brought progress in some areas, we have not reached agreement on the terms we believe properly reward our members for their hard work and value to the Postal Service. We're confident both sides of the table will continue to productively engage throughout the 60-day mediation period. Now, we will do everything we can to reach agreement, but are fully prepared to use the interest arbitration process if necessary to resolve any remaining differences. All this taking place as the Postal Service continues to pile up huge amounts of debt. The National Post reported a $2 billion loss during the second quarter on the heels of a $9 billion loss during fiscal year 2025. Postal workers, they say, are not allowed by law to strike, but a frustrated workforce could result in service deterioration, as the organization strives to increase revenues. In other words, where you see your letter carrier, seems like he's not very interested in getting the mail delivered today. He's just kind of lollygagging around, moping around out there. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
on through the late night, early morning hours. A new day comes our way. Believe it or not, June. June is here. Hey, welcome back, Eagle. What's happening?
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate you putting me back on. Grump. Yeah, he had a good phone call as usual. Like the other guy said, he always, you got some of the best people calling, like that man said, Steve. I wish that Monkey Gouger, I wish he would call in a little bit more. He always had interesting things to say. And, some of the other people that still passed away. I miss Lone Ranger, my man Lone Ranger out there. Hopefully he getting that cancer treatment. Hopefully he can fight that cancer. You get in touch with him and let us know how his status. But yeah, like I said, you got some, Doug down there in Florida. You got some good people. Loyal callers, the guy you got over there, up there in the Maryland area that calls in. You got some people, good people calling in. So that's good, because like I say, the other, well, it ain't even competition, but the other show, I don't even know if they on the air anymore because I forgot what they call it, two losers, but I don't even think they on the radio no more. But yeah, like I say, you got the best thing going. Other people have said that, and then that's the man that you got experience, second generation. So I'll always be on your show. You call it in because. Like I say, I like with people that call in what you got to say too. Now, Steve, getting back to the auto racing right quick before I get back into the politics on the situation that occurred. Also news today, it shocked me when I found out about it earlier tonight. I forgot to talk. In that NHRA racing, Austin Prock, I couldn't believe it because everybody was in shock last year when he left John Force Racing after winning the championship. He caught me by surprise that he would leave, and he started out the season pretty bad. It didn't look like he was going to win a race, and after 6 or 7 races, it shocked me that he won the funny car division today. He beat John Force's car to beat him, as a matter of fact. So that's really a slap in the face to John Force. Not only did he win the race, but he beat one of Force's cars to win it. But I'm glad to see the guy, because I like him. I wish he was still with John Force, but he decided to move on. But he back in victory lane, and like I said, it surprised a lot of people that he could win a race this early in his new team. So we'll see what happens later on in the year. But right now, he's running good, and I don't know what happened to John Force. They started out good, the racing with the Top Fuel guy. I thought he was going to go on and dominate the whole season. He won the first race, but he hasn't looked good the last 5 or 6 races. And they had a car that was running 341 miles an hour, and now I don't know what happened to him, but they're not doing good the last few races. But hopefully they'll pick it up and see what happens at the end of the year. But yeah, Steve, getting back to the situation before I get to the Ebola virus, because I forgot about that, unfortunately. Like I was telling you earlier, when it comes to the situation with these ICE people, Tom Holman said, Steve, that he's been emphasizing that ever since they've been having problems with these ICE units around America. If they would just go in on and let Tom Holman get these people out of jail and cooperate, these bogus mayors of these Democratic states, if they would cooperate and allow him to go into these jails and other facilities and get these people out, it'd be a whole lot better. But they don't want to cooperate for some reason. They're just making the job that much difficult, to get these people out. It's really sad. What you got this woman out there in Los Angeles, another loser, Bass. This woman here is a lot of trouble. They've tried to do things with her, and all she wants to do is steal and corrupt money. Just another, like Gad called it earlier, it's just one corrupt person after another in California, Steve. They might have a man in this next mayoral race that could might Republican if they get lucky. I'd be shocked if a Republican can win in California, but they say he's doing pretty good. He might have a chance to win. We'll see if it happens. But like I was saying, with the ICE people, Steve, I don't know if you heard the comment. There was one guy who was out in the crowd. He made a comment. He was threatening an ICE agent. He said that we know what you look like. We know what your face look like. And we going to come to your home and do something, kill your wife and your kids and all this. And the director, one of the people that worked for Donald Trump, said they got cameras every day. And they said, we know who you are too, my friend. And guess what? That guy's in jail right now for threatening a federal agent because he thought that he thought he was going to be a tough guy, and now he's behind bars. And that's exactly where he deserves to be, Steve, because these people, they should, as far as I'm concerned, they should be able to wear a mask, ICE people, because you got some really sick people out there, they're threatening people and talking about somebody's family that has absolutely wife and kids that has absolutely nothing to do with the situation. And you're a coward anyway if you threaten another man, his family, his wife and kids. But that's what these people are, Steve. Anybody that would throw a brick at a federal agent's vehicle as he's driving and could possibly hit him in the head or anything and kill the man or whatever. These people are sick, Steve. Like Grump and some other people said. These are paid agitators. It's come to be found out. We already know this now. These people are paid through these different organizations. The trouble, you probably see the same faces at all these different rallies around the USA. You probably see the same old faces at every one of them. The same old troublemakers and being arrested and being thrown. Then they got the nerve to get mad. Like you said, when they pepper spray them or when they use any kind of chemical agents. These people are saying that they're being treated unfairly. Well, like I said, guess what, Steve? If you would have stayed at home, like you said before, the other callers said, if you'd have stayed at home, guess what? You wouldn't have got that pepper spray sprayed in your eyes. You wouldn't have got tear gas. You wouldn't have been outside and standing in front of a federal building trying to block the transport of individuals that are in the country illegally. How about that? How about you stay at home and mind your own business? Just like that woman up there in Minnesota, Steve, that got killed, and the other guy that got killed. Guess what? Both of them would be alive right now if they would have. If they weren't. Yep. Hey, we got to get our news break in here. Final hour just ahead. And yeah, there were numerous arrests made last evening after the curfew went into effect at Delaney Hall. But final hour just ahead. It's 844-844-3388 on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Did you know? Some reports suggest the average lifespan of the American truck driver is around 61 years old. 61. Long hours, sitting all day, constant fatigue. It takes a toll, and most drivers just accept it as part of the job. But what if it's not just the job? What if it's how your body is handling it? There's a breakthrough technology called X39, designed to support your body's natural wellness. Here's what makes it different. It doesn't put anything into your body. No drugs, no stimulants, completely drug-free and non-transdermal. Instead, it uses your own body heat to stimulate your skin, helping elevate GHK-Cu peptides and support stem cell reactivation. That means supporting natural age-reversing processes, helping improve vitality, supporting daily activity, easing movement, and promoting deeper, more restorative sleep. If you spend long hours behind the wheel and want to feel the difference, call 888-687-9007 or visit X39Driver.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They're very tough negotiators. It takes a long time.
The Treasury Department sanctioned an Iranian agency for attempting to control the Strait of Hormuz.
Officials said the newly formed Persian Gulf Strait Authority is a new attempt by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to monetize its campaign of state-sponsored terror by extorting vessels transiting the strait. The IRGC has restricted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz since the beginning of the conflict in February. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Former AG Pam Bondi is defending the Epstein file releases.
Former Attorney General Pam Bondi told the House Oversight Committee that the Justice Department made what she called an unprecedented effort to collect and release materials tied to the Jeffrey Epstein case. In prepared remarks, Bondi said nearly 3 million pages of documents, along with videos and images, were reviewed across multiple administrations. She defended the process as thorough, though acknowledged there were some redaction errors. Bondi also emphasized that the DOJ aimed to maximize transparency and remains prepared to investigate any credible evidence of wrongdoing. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Former Vice President Mike Pence says President Trump's second administration has departed from the conservative agenda.
Pence tells NBC's Meet the Press he'd like to see Republicans get back to running on conservative principles again.
I think Republicans would do well to take some time to reflect on what we believe again and take that message to the American people.
The former vice president also took aim at President Trump's so-called anti-weaponization fund, calling it deeply offensive and a bad idea.
It's a bad idea from the start. I would encourage the administration just to drop it.
That nearly $1.8 billion fund was announced by the Justice Department as part of the president's settlement with the IRS. It's been temporarily blocked by a federal judge. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Google is seeking approval to release up to 32 million sterile mosquitoes in California and Florida under its debug program to help reduce disease-carrying populations. Southern California voters have several options when it comes to casting ballots on Tuesday's primary election.
500 more vote centers have opened in Los Angeles County this weekend, more than 200 each in San Diego and Orange counties. The centers will be open daily from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. for in-person voting, voter registration, and vote-by-mail ballot returns. On Election Day Tuesday, the centers will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'm Sharon Reardon.
The Denver Broncos have completed the formal agreement with the Colorado Department of Transportation to purchase land in Denver for their new stadium.
The closing on the purchase of Burnham Yard is expected in the fall. The 58-acre decommissioned rail yard will feature the new NFL stadium with a retractable roof, as well as spaces for shops, restaurants, entertainment venues, housing, and offices. The Broncos are also planning for it to be a multimodal transportation hub. The team is optimistic about keeping the project on track for completion in 2031, pending agreements with Denver Water water, and other public-private transactions. I'm Sam Spack.
A meteor streaking over New England produced a sonic boom across Massachusetts. The fireball was moving around 75,000 miles per hour, fragmented roughly 40 miles above northeast Massachusetts and southeastern New Hampshire, releasing energy equal to around 300 tons of TNT. No damage or injuries were reported. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Here we go, final hour on a Monday. Rolling into the month of June here. Well, hello to Merc-Pro 63, Southern Ohio. And how about 80 degrees in Southern Arkansas? Feels like 85. Oh, there's Rick in Columbus on board. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Thank you, Rick. Rounded third, headed to home, as he likes to say. Yeah, it looks like the Reds did pick up what? Yeah, they did salvage a win over the weekend. Every time they start getting some momentum and climbing their way back up in the division, they hit a losing streak and start dropping back down to the bottom. Which I do believe that's where they find themselves right now. I'm trying to pull up the standings here. Where are we at? Yeah, they finally won their 30th game of the season. And yeah, it's a tight division. Brewers are now at 35 wins on the season, 35-21. Yeah, Cincinnati at 30-28, and everybody else, Chicago, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, kind of sandwiched in between. Cards 31-26. Pirates, Cubs, both at 32-28. So there's been a lot of talk about UFOs, anomalous vehicles, and the White House releasing batches of declassified information to the public. I haven't really seen or heard anything earth-shattering as far as what has thus far been released. I guess they were just maybe trying to garner a little attention. The White House unveiling a website entitled aliens.gov. Yeah, the new White House website building all the curiosity generated by the release of the government files on UFOs. But the message is more down to earth. And I quote, according to the proclamation from the website, they walk among us. For 60 years, the U.S. government has kept a closely guarded secret. Aliens have been walking among us, living in our neighborhoods, interacting with us on our daily lives. They've shopped in the same stores, attended the same classes as our children, lived seemingly normal human existences, according to the site. Now, there's one exception. They don't belong here. Now, the message begins to shine through if you haven't figured it out yet. Millions arrived under the cover of darkness, embedded themselves directly into our society. Countless presidents, congressmen, and senior officials knew exactly what was happening. Instead of protecting American citizens, they chose to cover it up and even accelerate the invasion. Until one man finally had the courage to tell the truth. Bold, unapologetic, unafraid. President Trump was the first to call out the real danger aliens pose to every American family, every community, and the future of our nation. The truth is no longer out there. It's right here, right now. Now, after the counter logs numbers beyond 3 million visitors, then you get the real message as you reach the alien arrest map that's logging the number of arrests made by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They go on to say, if you've witnessed an alien abduction, do not be alarmed. The alien is in good hands. We will take care of it and return it safely to its place of origin. Now, if you're still that clueless trying to figure out what this figures into, they weren't little green men. These aliens are the millions of illegals who invaded our country under the cover of darkness. President Trump told the truth. The cover-up is over. Secure the border. Deport them all, according to the website. The site also offers those who submit an email address the option of learning about illegal immigrant arrests taking place near you. As in, like, I guess, relative to your neighborhood, your community, your city. Hey, welcome back, Eagle. Final hour here.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, you remember, Steve, a couple of years ago, I had told you a lot of people said, no, you can't do that. You know, people got the right to protest. I said people, they should have a curfew. They should have a dusk to dawn curfew and keep these losers off the street. Well, that's what New Jersey finally got the picture, Steve. That's what they should be doing, is having a curfew. You got all day long. You got all the daylight hours to protest. You got plenty of time to do what you got to do. Only bad things happen after it get dark. We've already seen that. And I think you said they have arrested several people after it got dark, and that's exactly what needs to happen. Anybody that goes near that detention center in New Jersey after it gets dark outside, you are subject to being arrested, as far as I'm concerned, and placed in jail where you belong, because they've been warned. You fail to receive the warning, then you'll get what you deserve. That's the way it's got to be, Steve. You can't let these people control the situation. There has to be some kind of order in this chaos. So they're already out there for a bogus cause to begin with. So like I said, you have to have some kind of discipline in this situation. And like I said, like you and other people have said, there needs to be a curfew, and it needs to be enforced for any of these people that hit the streets after it gets dark outside. You're going to jail. Just that simple. Now, when it comes to like I told you earlier, Steve, just after I made that comment last week, hopefully Donald Trump and Tom Homan, they're keeping up their progress with this ICE roundups around America. I know it's not possible to get 30 million people out of the country, 20 or 30 or whatever, Joe Biden let in. But they can try to get them, some of them out in the remaining 2 or 3 years that Trump is in the White House, and hopefully whoever the next Republican is will keep that progress going, and will continue that thing. Because we already know the Democrat, whoever that might be, you already know damn well that's gonna come to a stop. The day the Democrat walk in the White House, the immigration department, they might as well go ahead and annex that, Steve, and erase that out of the whole system, because there won't be no immigration department when the Democrats get in the White House, because the border will be wide open again to anybody free to come on in, brother. You want to come in from the Congo, no problem. You got the Ebola virus, come on in, brother. That's how stupid these people are, Steve. They even when the virus was going on, they still allow. Even we had the COVID, they still letting people run into the United States, unabated, not checked or nothing. And so it ain't gonna change if they get in the White House back in 28. All comers are welcome, as they like to say, Steve. All comers, anybody welcome in the United States. Whether you're a criminal, a murderer, a rapist, you got the disease that's uncurable, you're all welcome to the United States, as far as the Democrats are concerned. And if that doesn't make you change your mind about getting the Democrat in the White House, what I just said, Steve, so to your listeners out there, I don't know what will. And I thank you for taking my call.
Have a great Monday, the greatest day of the week there, Eagle. Thank you much. All right, more states looking at high-tech speed tamers aimed at drivers treating the highways like qualifying for the Daytona 500. They call them super speeders. The goal is to stop super speeders from causing more highway mayhem. The technology is called intelligent speed assistance. It reads the posted speed limits, tracks how fast your vehicle's moving. Going more than 5 miles per hour over the limit, the system steps in like a digital backseat driver, preventing the vehicle from going any faster. The Vision Zero network says the technology works a lot like the ignition interlock devices that they use to stop drunk drivers from starting a vehicle. Those systems already being used in more than 30 states. Of course, as a truck driver, most of you already know about speed limiting technology, what it feels like. Speed limiters or governors have been installed on fleets for years. Todd Spencer with the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association says more gadgets aren't the magic answer. He argues safer highways start with better trained drivers. Another blinking box on the dashboard is not going to be the answer. Programs targeting super speeders are already in place in Virginia and Washington. Virginia's law targets drivers caught blasting down the road at 100 miles an hour or more. Judges can then order speed limiters as part of their reckless driving sentence. That rule takes effect on 1st of July, as a matter of fact. Washington's version makes drivers convicted of excessive speeding or reckless driving pay to install a limiter on their own vehicle. That law kicks in January of 29. Drivers there, they say, can override the device, but only 3 times a month. After that, the vehicle basically says, not today, pal. On to Maryland. Lawmakers sent a bill to Governor Wes Moore, kind of following Virginia's lead. The bill would force repeat speeders to install speed limiters on their vehicles. Supporters say the technology is already proven. It's a technology that's been used for over-the-road trucking and long-distance logistics for decades. This is just another application for this technology. The Maryland DOT said speeding is tied to 1 out of every 3 crashes in the state. Officials believe these devices could finally slow drivers down who keep putting their and other lives at risk. Now, if the governor signs that program would begin next year. In the state of Illinois, lawmakers have sent a speed limiter bill to the governor as well. Drivers ordered in the program would have to keep the device installed for 6 months to a year in order to keep their licenses. That state's rule targets high-risk drivers, including reckless drivers and repeat super speeders. Judges could order devices for drivers who lose their licenses after getting 2 tickets within 12 months. The rule would apply for reckless driving or speeding at least 26 miles an hour over the limit. We're providing alternatives to license suspensions. We're ensuring the roads are safe from the dangers posed by high speed and reckless driving. Lastly, in New York, some of the state's worst speeders are about to lose their lead foot. Governor Hochul signed a budget bill last week that creates a pilot program for super speeders in New York City. Drivers who rack up 16 or more speed camera tickets in a year will have to install a device to keep driving legally. And New York's putting these super speeders on notice. You will not flout the laws. You will not endanger children, pedestrians, and other drivers who deserve to feel they're safe on our highways. So starting next year, affected drivers would have 45 days to install the technology or lose their vehicle registration. Depending on how the pilot program there works, New York may allow other communities across the state to join in the program. And the budget package also expands work zone speed cameras to more roads throughout the state of New York. The speed camera technology. You don't have to see Johnny Law in the median or on the side of the road anymore, so you can hit the brakes and slow it down. They're watching every move you make. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, meanwhile, waiting. How long until we're able to get the Strait of Hormuz reopened? A report over the weekend said automakers are quietly building ahead, padding their inventories from Asian assembly plants to U.S. dealer lots as the war rattles the raw materials behind plastics, aluminum, semiconductor chips. The bet, they say, is straightforward. Hold cars on the balance sheet now rather than risk a repeat of the chip shortage that paralyzed the industry with empty lots during the COVID pandemic. Now, with the so-called tentative agreement to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, the industry is choosing inventory over discipline. The shuttering of the strait, the essential shuttering, has pinched the supply of naphtha, the petroleum derivative used to make plastics, as well as the inputs that feed aluminum production, as well as helium, urea, and ammonia required for semiconductor manufacturing. Japanese and Korean automakers, which depend on Middle Eastern naphtha, are the most at risk from the squeeze. The shortages have arrived even as the tentative deal to open the strait works its way toward approval, but a sign that the ripple has already outrun the diplomacy. Michael Robinette, Vice President of Forecast Strategy for S&P Global Mobility, told an Automotive Press Association audience that the build-ahead trend is going to accelerate through the upcoming summer. The math, he said, is one that the car makers normally resist. If you can get the feedstocks now, and you can find resin to make plastic, and you can find chips that require helium, and you can find urea and ammonia that are required for different operations, if you can find all that, then you're going to build the vehicle. Unsold inventory will sit on the books until it moves. But with shortages threatening a drag on the balance sheet, that beats empty showrooms. That hedge is actually showing up in more than just the auto sector. U.S. durable goods orders jumped 7.9% in April. $346 billion, according to the Census Bureau report late last week. A 21.5% surge in transportation equipment that included a spike in civilian aircraft. Pantheon macroeconomics chief, U.S. economists, said that the headline figure looks temporary, describing it as companies are racing to build buffer stock against possible war-driven supply disruptions. Now, this kind of echoes last year's scramble when tariffs were on the table, manufacturers racing to lock in orders before the president's import duties took effect. Whether the strait closes within days or drags on into the summer, The automakers are signaling they'd rather absorb the cost of unsold cars than relive 2021 once again.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Treasury Department sanctioned an Iranian agency for attempting to control the Strait of Hormuz.
Officials said the newly formed Persian Gulf Strait Authority is a new attempt by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to monetize its campaign of state-sponsored terror by extorting vessels transiting the strait. The IRGC has restricted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz since the beginning of the conflict in February. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Ukraine has intensified strikes on Russian energy facilities, with officials reporting damage in the Rostov and Saratov regions. Kiev says the attacks target infrastructure funding Russia's war, while denying Russian claims that a Ukrainian drone struck a nuclear plant. Google is seeking approval to release up to 32 million sterile mosquitoes in California and Florida under its debug program to help reduce disease-carrying populations. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive?
and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, once again, news, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. IndustrialInjection.com to learn more. It would be somewhat of an unusual combination. A company that operates, this is from the Las Vegas Journal-Review, a company that operates 84 truck stops in 34 states, including 3 in Nevada, is interested in taking over the hotels, casinos, and other amenities of Prim. The top executive of LV Petroleum LLC, the 4th largest truck stop chain in the country, said the company hopes to make a deal quickly with the Prim family, which owns the land on the California-Nevada border at Prim and Affinity Gaming, the tenant that operated several businesses there, including 3 casino hotels, a convenience store that sells mostly California lottery tickets to Nevadans, and a truck stop. LV Petroleum CEO said he hopes he can negotiate a deal to keep the truck stop open before the planned July 4th closing date. Yeah, we would like to operate everything at the exit, the hotels, the casinos, the truck stop, the stores, pretty much from farm to table, he said. We would like to revive the entire exit. Now, he said the changes wouldn't happen overnight, but it would be LV Petroleum's vision to restore that whole exit and make Prim great again. He said LV Petroleum has partners that are licensed to run casino operations and hotels, so he doesn't view a transition as being a problem. Our core businesses were truck stop operators and convenience store operators. And we also operate over 200 quick serve and full serve restaurants. We're kind of plug and play, so it would be an easy transition for us, he said. Affinity officials alerted state officials on May 5 of their plans to make what had been temporary closures of Buffalo Bills and the Prim Valley Resort permanent. They had already closed Whiskey Pete's back in December of 24. On May 10, Affinity CEO elaborated on closure plans in an appearance before the Nevada Gaming Control Board during an unrelated licensing matter. But during the hearing, he alluded to LV Petroleum's interest in acquiring some of Prim assets. He didn't give details on the timeline or a price, but Roach indicated he did not want the stores to go dark or to lose employees. An estimated 344 employees at the hotels and amenities would lose their jobs if the July 4 closure actually occurs. Now, Whiskey Pete's, Roach indicated LV Petroleum would be interested in reopening Whiskey Pete's, the 777-room hotel property on the west side of the Interstate 15, about 40 miles south of Vegas. If a deal can be made, LV Petroleum operates the TA Travel Center near the Railroad Pass Casino between Henderson and Boulder City, and TA Travel Centers in West Wendover and Carlin. It also owns several Conoco-branded service stations valley-wide. In his elaboration on the Prim shutdown before the control board, he said the company's doing everything possible to turn the Prim entities over to another owner. We've tried many things there, building a new sign, adding new slots machines. Yeah, the long and short of it is that it's just not viable as a casino operation, and as such, we informed the landlord that we're no longer able to operate. Now, Dreitzer said regulators are gravely concerned about the Prim shutdown since the town serves as a gateway to southern Nevada from their largest market, of course, Southern California. Roach said his company hasn't received a final word on whether the company planned to open one side of the I-15 exit first and then follow up on the other would be accepted. We're still waiting on final feedback, but we've met with the family. We've had conversations with Affinity Gaming. Yeah, we're trying to save it from going dark. We'd like to keep everybody gainfully employed. Yeah, we had been talking here just a week or so ago. All those gaming properties, those were all operations that offered quite a bit of truck parking that was all going to be going dark. So we'll see where that goes. Well, hello, Steve in Columbus. Morning, Steve. All the listeners out there, the weekend went by way too fast, as usual. But the coffee's out, the car's ready to go. Time to head in town, see what we can get into here. Everybody enjoy your day. Rob sends me an email. Morning, Steve. Great show as always. Beautiful weather here in Wisconsin. Was wondering if you were able to get your mini split drain cleared. Forgot to me last week we talked about checking the outside drain pipe. Just so you know, wasps like to build mud nests in the open pipes like that. AKA with the mud daubers. All right. No, I haven't really done. I haven't done anything to move for, but we haven't yet had any weather that's hot and humid enough to start getting all that condensation. Pappy did send me an email after our conversation that morning. He said he's got an air compressor. He can come over and try to maybe blow it out. So, yep. I appreciate you asking, though. Yeah. Like so many other things, Steve Sommers, the procrastinator. We'll get around to it one of these days. Hey, Vic joins us here on a Monday. What's happening this morning?
Well, I kind of got that deal with Mike Pence, talking about getting back to conservative values. I'm not exactly sure why he would even go on a TV show, considering that we're in the middle of a combat situation with Iran. Anything that would throw rocks at the President of the United States, regardless of who he is, when we're at this point, I really don't understand. And I'm curious what conservative values he was talking about when he was vice president, because Mike Pence was given the responsibility of the transition team. And then whenever he went on TV and said that General Flynn had lied to him, and General Flynn was supposed to be the security director. So that was part of the transition thing, and they tried to make a big deal about General Flynn talking to this Russian diplomat. Well, I don't know if he really, then Vice President Pence, I don't know if he strongly investigated exactly what General Flynn did, because he actually had the responsibility for that. And originally the FBI said that General Flynn didn't lie to him, and then they ginned up enough public support, and they said, well, yes, he did. So I don't know how that works. One day he lies and the other day he doesn't. And it was an informal conversation in the first place, that they just wanted to talk to him. And then we move on to COVID. Mike Pence was given a responsibility for COVID to put together that task force. Now we're finding out, I think Tulsi Gabbard there, she pointed out that somehow, some way, the intelligence agencies were interfering with the investigation of where this COVID all came from. I'd have to go back and kind of review that a little bit. I think Tulsi Gabbard, she had cancer, was going to resign or something, but she was actually going back years later and doing an investigation that should have been done. And then we come up to Mike Pence had the responsibility of counting the votes after the 2020 election, and they knew the night before that there were rabble rousers there in Washington, D.C., so he was also president of the Senate. So why he didn't go to Nancy Pelosi's and others and say, well, we need more response here. We don't care what you say or anything else. We need more security here. And then whenever they did whatever happened that day, which is still some question, when they came back, instead of Mike Pence saying, well, we were discussing the different counting the votes, and there were some disputed votes, so we need to actually continue on with that. Instead, he just said, well, we're not going to continue on with what we were doing. Well, we're just going to go ahead and count the votes now and put Joe Biden in office is basically the short version of that.
Mm-hmm.
So where are the conservative values? And you were talking about that deal out there in California and Nevada. If there was a lot of a discussion about where the state line should be out there way back when, and some of the stuff I've been working on, lo and behold, here in Indiana, there's something called the principal meridian, and then the second meridian, it follows the latitude and longitude grid, and that's what all surveys, property records, and everything else were based on. And here in Indiana, somehow, some way, the marker for our base meridian and the initial point that all of the surveys in Indiana are based on got vandalized back in 1977. And I was kind of amazed to find out that that's never been restored. And, well, it was originally on my uncle's property, and then the Forest Service bought it. And so it's now Forest Service property. So the solution to that was to move that initial point 7 miles north up by the Orange County Courthouse and put the marker up and say, but the actual initial point is 7 miles south of here. I don't know how that ever came to be. So I know that I had it was my wife's cousin, but it was also a friend of mine I'd grown up with. They had some farms in that area, and their son was shot in the head way back when. He was disabled, couldn't do very much, but he liked to work on cars, and he also had a ATV, and he thought he was staying on their property, and somebody came to him and says, you don't own that property. Well, the initial survey was right, and somehow, some way, some of the surveys in that part of the world got messed up, and I that's the first time I even came about. And so I called a geological survey there in Washington, D.C., and they weren't even aware of all that. And I said, well, that survey marker's on Forest Service land. And they said, yeah, we know. So, you can get contour maps and everything else from it. So that never got straightened out. So I'm really curious where Mike Pence's conservative values are. And the other thing, too, is our last grandson, youngest grandson, had a little thing for him graduating today. And he's going to Hanover University in pre-vet because for some reason the veterinary college at Purdue was more concerned with DEI than accomplished people. And Hanover's trying to get a veterinary college because he'll have 2 years of pre-vet. and they're trying to establish an actual veterinary college there at Hanover University, but they're kind of running into they have to bring so much money up and get it accredited and all that stuff. But the reason he's doing that, they've had, I guess, like 3 family friends that had to go elsewhere to go to a veterinary college because when Mitch Daniels was there, who was a crony of Mike Pence, whenever they decided that the DEI stuff was more important than a veterinarian's knowledge. And back in the COVID thing, they wouldn't even let the veterinary college all across the United States investigate where that COVID thing come from because they said it came from an animal. So, I mean, to me, if it came from an animal, they had to find the animal source. Of course, we know it came from a lab rather than from an animal source. So I'm just kind of curious where Mike Pence's conservative values are because I could tell you a whole lot more, but about different things that were going on. But whenever Dan Quayle said we have family values, at the time of his family values, there was a high-ranking official later went on to the Reagan administration that was tapping his housekeeper. And so whenever, right before, I guess, the official died or something, anyway, it came out all that was going on, and he decided that he would divorce his then wife and make the housekeeper an honest woman or something. I really didn't pay too much attention to it one way or the other. And there's a governor that left with $1 million never accounted for. There was a sheriff that left with over $100,000, and these were all Republicans. So I never thought too much of Dan Quayle's family values things because that's how Barack Obama wound up getting on the Senate ticket, which led him on to the presidency of the United States. But the other thing that kind of bugs me is, you know what the situation is over there in Iran today, and if they can wait out Trump or one thing or another, those people in Iran, they are not going to give up their nuclear material. They've been a pain in you know what over that Straits of Hormuz now for close to 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's just as a person that has a platform to speak and everything else, I'm just kind of curious what the end goal is and I really don't know what the conservative values of the Republican Party is because I left the Republican Party at the same time Nelson Rockefeller left, which is 1976, and that whole energy crisis thing, it was made a lot worse by a lot of Republicans because I've seen a world of fuel stored in closed-up gas stations and one thing and another during that energy crisis while people were sitting in lines at gas stations and, you had to go on a certain day to buy gasoline and everything else. And one of the farms that we had at that time, we didn't have the layer company that I was working for. They had contract layers there, and when everybody else was buying diesels, tractors, they were running on gasoline. Well, they had found out that the closed gas station across the way, they'd see these tankers that would show up there. So basically, the farmers had a free gas supply there. So, and they wouldn't say anything to them about it because everybody accused them of storing gasoline and other stuff during that 76 to 80 energy crisis. And why in the world that anybody would want to make that worse just to embarrass Carter whenever you're putting a lot of pain on just the ordinary people. And that's about the only thing that I see going on right now. I know that Eagle there, he was talking about all the stuff these protesters and everything doing. I didn't really agree with the way Trump went about that whole, well, I guess you call it immigration or whatever it is. But, they shut down the stuff coming across the border, and why he wanted to go to places like sanctuary cities. I know he wanted that many times you want to get at the hardest, I guess you'd say, anti-people, the hardest not of people, and it sounded good, but it caused a lot of confusion. And I think if he would have went to the places that said, well, we want you here, and cleaned that up and got that in place, and just said to these sanctuary cities and everything else, we're going to start looking at the money aspect of all this stuff. We're going to try to find out what is it that you want those people in your community so badly for, But I mean, that would, as they say, hindsight's 20/20.
Yeah, every time we tried to, because they went that route, and there are numerous cities that have been, working hand in hand with the feds, and informing when they've got an illegal being detained in a jail, let them come in, and. Yeah, no conflict, no violence. Just go in, arrest them, take them out. Yeah, that doesn't make the headlines, though. Only thing that makes the headlines is when you get the violence. And these organized, paid agitators there. Yeah, they've actually got their own team of like medics that are on the agitator side. If somebody gets pepper sprayed, they've got people that are trained, nurses, I don't know, maybe medics as they go. There's actual video this past evening of one of the leaders of the medical team. We're 20 minutes till 9 o'clock. And she's pleading with these agitators. We've made our point. Come on. I've been informed. The arrests are going to begin after 9 o'clock. She's literally on the verge of tears. We need to get out. Do you understand? We made our point. Please don't risk your life. She said she was pulling all the medics out. And she said people are going to get hurt near Delaney Hall tonight. I mean, that was, again, when the curfew was like 15, 20 minutes away. And indeed, the arrests began to take place. Some of these numbskulls just don't have sense. What point are you making when you're actually then getting into a physical conflict with immigration and customs enforcement and the law enforcement? They were staged. They had told them 9 o'clock. If you're still out here, we start banging heads, putting you in cuffs and hauling your ass away. But I think in their mindset, most of them say, well, we've got this fund. We got these backers. We got plenty of money. They'll get us out. We'll be out of here in no time. I'll be out shortly after the sun comes up in the morning. That's their mindset. Hey, real quick, final note. Right now, it's the 1st of June. Right now through June 5, go to hotshotsecrets.com website, giving away your choice of fuel system cleaners. You can choose between a 12-ounce gasoline extreme or a 16-ounce diesel extreme with any purchase of $75 or more. Treat up to 20 gallons of gas or 40 gallons of diesel on us. Again, at hotshotsecret.com. Have a blessed Monday. Thanks for being with us. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight. We'll do it all over again. Our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.